right. Well, I guess let's get going. Although I think we're on the wrong map. Let's move over to here. Although I guess we started last session here. Yeah, so this session's going to be a little strange because in the middle of it, we're going to we're going to break from recap to do some retconning since Michael is able to be here for the session and has some things that he wants to ask with the ritual from last session, which we had sort of said last session, hey, we're going to put a little...
No, I don't. What are you talking about? I never gave you any indication I was going to ask questions.
That is BS. If unless I'm completely misreading this explanation of saying that...
Can I pick which questions go? I'm asking. I never said I'm going to ask. I just wanted clarification.
Well, you have 8 questions because I rolled really well. So.
I have no questions to ask, so there is no retconning necessary.
You said you were less interested in the one, so it works out. So you'd probably only need the first 4.
Well, I don't need it.
Those first 4, you need 0.
Well, all right. So we don't have to retcon stuff. Yeah. So
I couldn't come up with anything that Kylie didn't. So
do normal recap stuff. So where did we start session last time? We started session kind of in a bit of a unique spot. And while normally I would leave it open to everybody, I'm going to ask Kylie directly. Where did we start? What was going on at the beginning?
Oh, we met Sharp Prey, Tez Telvar Shakar. My chicken. And we had a conversation kind of introducing them. Do we get a pronoun for the chicken?
It does not have a pronoun. It is a neutral entity.
Okay. So the chicken was afraid of the quicksilver that we had on the ship, and is convinced that we're its friend, but wonders why friends would have the thing that is its bane, the thing that kills it. And I think we sussed out that the quicksilver was a tool of Shadow Killer, which is the walker that is in my head. I think that was kind of the big revelation. It took us a while to get there, but I think that's where we ended up.
Yeah, and we did some stuff where the chicken only communicated by scratching things. It doesn't really have a language. So there is, if you look at the chat log for the game, you can go back and sort of see the chicken's answers because it doesn't have really a voice. It doesn't even communicate, and even sort of the like emotional imagery and stuff that they have for certain things. This one had language, but it did not speak.
Did you tell us what language it was writing in?
I did not tell you what language it was writing in. I don't think, but it is Elven.
Okay.
And I know at least one person in the group knows Elven. So we had that conversation, get a little bit more information about the spirit's perspective on some of the stuff that's happening, as well as it's following along with one of many because she seems to be a contradiction like it is as well. It agrees to go along with you, and you guys continue to make your way across the void of space. And what all happens? Because before we get to sort of the next major thing, you guys did a little bit of tinkering and like looking around as you entered into the cloud. So I'll kind of switch to Griffle. What's going on with the ship in the cloud? Are there any kind of unusual things here that are happening for the ship?
We can't teleport, which is a well-known feature of is it Quas-Elmatar?
I believe so.
Oh.
Jerry
Hello?
muted himself. We hear you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I needed to shut the door because my wife is doing dishes. Cause,
no
so
worries.
Cause-Elmatar.
Okay. Yeah, so we can't. It's a well-known feature. We can't teleport, but our ship decelerates primarily by like essentially teleporting our momentum into another plane of existence. which is just a bonkers way to slow down, and meant that we actually weren't able to sufficiently slow down in a safe way until we figured out that we absolutely can. We just have to have the teleportation happen inside the barrier, inside the protective shield of our ship, to not be affected. But we're fairly certain that if the whole ship teleports, then it will still explode.
Yeah, so it's going to shunt off a huge amount of energy as heat from the ship and possibly react with some of the dust that's around.
So we can still safely decelerate, but there was a hairy moment where we thought we might blow up.
And one of the key things here is that you know that you can basically decelerate in the quote-unquote normal terms. You can more or less just basically spin the ship around and shoot the thrusters in the opposite direction, which is what you're going to need to do for the moment, what you need to do as you approach Tantarus. But it's like much slower way to lose your momentum and to lose energy to do it that way than it is to just basically teleport in place and shunt all of your momentum to a different plane. You can't kind of go from moving super fast to full stop with sort of the quote unquote normal way, the way that sort of other ships would decelerate.
Mm-hmm. And then we saw a little floating tiny ship with 3 people in it who are scallywags.
So yeah, let's get to some piracy. So who wants to go and explain some piracy? Michael, did you watch all of last session, or did you?
Yeah, I watched the entire thing.
Okay, cool.
So
You
as
guys
we
were
normally
viewers.
do with new individuals that we come across, we invited them onto our ship. And the 3 of them joined our ship along with 25 unseen others. And the tables turned, much like a spin disc, turned those poor souls into primary containment.
So what all happens when? So you have the first mate, the Minotaur Jizito, is in a little craft, sort of feigning distress.
We, kind idiots that we are like, yeah, we'll help you. And then we get betrayed. But it's fine because Al had us covered and teleported a bunch of. So they had a cloaked. I guess they had like a cloaked main ship, but also like another cloaked like shuttle underneath ours.
Mm-hmm.
And we're hoping that they could capture us and ransom us back to Arn. Because they were told we have powerful and rich benefactors, I should say. But Al kind of was on top of it and kept them prisoner. And when we asked him, like, hey, are you having a party down there? Did you invite some friends? And then he let us know that they were perhaps not, in fact, friends. And then one of them had a go at figuring out how to die by calling Al an Ifrit, which he vehemently did not enjoy and warned the guy. Did he warn him 3 times? I think he had to warn him 3 times or something.
He did.
Yeah. And then incinerated him. And then after that point, the rest of them in containment just kind of settled down to wait it out. And then we negotiated with the captain.
Like watching one of your friends who got a little uppity get incinerated. That tends to be pretty motivating towards peace.
Well, maybe he shouldn't get so uppity.
He has learned.
He will not be uppity again.
It will not be anything again.
So you guys do this, and then the Shahrazad decloaks, and you guys meet the pirate captain, brought him Crom. And what's the deal with Captain Crom? What is his? You kind of gone over it a little bit. He was hired by you guys ideally to capture you and ransom you back. But what's his sort of shtick?
Well, he was hired by Salfa Garen to steal our ship.
Hmm.
And he just basically wanted to get his contract fulfilled, but then Salfa Garen teleported away when the jig was up. And so then Crom wanted to collect his insurance money.
So
He seems
why
a
is
very
there insurance
practical
money?
person.
Hmm. Very practical. Sorry, Gary,
Yeah.
what?
So what? So he says, "Hey, there's insurance money. What is this insurance money?" Because it's sort of an explanation of kind of where things go from here. Because yes, Crom is very businesslike, but
Yeah.
what,
So they had an escrow account where the funds for completing the job were kept. But since Garen pieced out, Crom was able to collect basically like the deposit, I guess.
as long as he can make it back to Tantarus, and he needed something to be able to collect the deposit, which is why he had to get his first mage who had been on the boarding party. He had to get his first mage back. What did he get from the first mage as sort of a way to claim his deposit?
Was
Oh,
that the
it was
spell
Ledger, wasn't it?
signature?
A bunch of people spoke at once, but yes, spell signature, Morin and Griffle. What'd you say?
Same thing.
Okay. So yeah, he needed the spell signature, and he needed sort of a capturing of it into one of the crystals that you guys have seen used before, to show that Salfa Garen did teleport away from his ship. So he had to get his first mage back for a moment, and then his first mage was reasonably unhappy to be sent back into containment.
I'm interested to know how the teleportation there works, if teleportation in Cause Matar is fatal.
It's
It's a great question.
the dust that's fatal, it seems. If you're teleporting into a known bubble like our shield, it seems safe. But I think if you teleport into open space and hit the dust, bad things will happen.
So could
Yeah,
we
I think that's
teleport
pretty much what
directly
I.
to
yeah.
Tantarus?
Does Tantarus have a dome?
So Tantarus does have a dome, and there is very little. There doesn't seem to be any dust inside of basically inside of the atmosphere of the asteroid where Tantarus is. But the question of how did Salfa Garen teleport and do it safely is a great question, because you do know that long form teleportation shouldn't be able to work, even if you're teleporting between locations that don't have the dust. It should be disrupted, because if you could teleport between these sort of safe zones, then those safe zones would be something that would be kind of used frequently in here. So the idea that he teleported away is weird, and to my knowledge, you guys have not had a good explanation of why he was able to do that and not explode.
That's a good point.
Because he's not real.
So what happens next? So you guys, basically the ambush goes horribly. Captain Crom gets his thing to claim his insurance money back, and then how does this go? Like, what do you guys do with this pirate captain?
We get a copy of the spell signature
Yeah.
of Salfa Garen, right?
Hmm.
Mhm.
And
We tried to ask a bunch of questions as well, but he didn't have a lot of answers for us.
yeah. But we kind of wanted him to lead us back to whoever it was that had hired him.
Mm-hmm.
So we were escorting his ship back to Tantarus.
And you gave him enough of his crew to be able to pilot the ship back to Tantarus. And then the group.
Yes, we're very generous like that.
And Crom makes no illusions about it. He basically is like, listen, we were going to capture you guys and then ransom you back. The tables have turned, but it's, hey, it should be pretty reasonable that, you've got my crew and I would like to get them back. If there is something I can do to effectively ransom them back from you, that would also be great. So, he's sort of trying to have the same relationship with sort of different terms. And he very clearly is motivated by, hey, whatever you need me to do so I can get my crew back, I'm your guy. I can hook you up with different things. And he offers to hook you guys up with one thing in specific when you guys make it to Tantarus, which is what?
His artifact dealer.
Well, not artifact dealer, but treasure hunter contact.
Oh, but I thought the guy also sold stuff.
He does also sell things, yes.
Okay.
But his sort of main thing is that he is the sort of rumor person and information broker for treasure hunters that come out this far.
Because we know that there's supposed to be the next glyph in Tantarus, and so we're trying to suss out all the ways we might find a glyph in Tantarus.
So you guys head to Tantarus, and right before you guys make it to Tantarus, something happens. You make it within 10 miles of the city.
Yes, and the ritual that I, of course, would cast before heading into outer space triggers my aberrant totemic link to star shadows. So then we asked 80,000 questions to 5 different star shadows that are in the city, and I think the highlights are that they're hanging out in a bar. They can sense our energy signature, or maybe Drox. They know we're looking for the Queen of Summer, and they are waiting to kill us.
They're waiting like a net in a river, and we're the fish coming upstream.
And I think we also got from them that basically, like, they can't die. Like, they always reincarnate if they die. And the Leviathan are like their lackeys that they feel power over.
Oh, I think we also got that, like, Akamar seems to be, or at least think itself the leader because it was thinking about the others in terms of subordinates.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know if I wrote this down. It thought of the others with it as 2 points of dying light and 2 tentacles.
Wasn't there something specifically about it, like kind of almost disdaining them a bit?
I think so, because then one of the other ones that was either a dying light or a tentacle thought of Akamar as like being at the head of the table and being like too powerful to look at.
Yeah, you guys found out pretty clearly from both sides that Akamar is the shadow of Akamar is kind of the leader of the group.
But I don't think we figured out, like, in what way what distinguishes 2 of them as being points of light and 2 of them as being tentacles, because they are all star shadows. Otherwise, my thing wouldn't let me into their brain.
Yeah, that is correct. There seems to be 3 types, at least.
Well, they also, like, some of them seemed to think differently, and I don't think it was clear whether that, like, difference of thought was just like kind of how, mortals would think differently, like think about something differently, as opposed to like types of star shadows might like perceive or think
Mhm.
differently. Like one of them thought pretty clearly more so in images than the others.
Hmm. Yeah, one was very sound based. It was like sensation based,
Mhm.
and one was like emotion based, and one was visual.
Don't know if that really matters, but it was interesting.
Mhm.
Worth noting in here, since the other ones weren't used, that Drock, you would have spent 2 less surges than if you spent surges for all of the various questions. You would have spent 2 less. So you should have spent a total of 2 surges on the ritual.
All right.
Wait, I thought we talked to 3 of them.
The first one was free, right?
The first one doesn't cause you an extra surge. I don't think.
Oh no, it does.
It
I
does.
I sense it for free if I want to try to get
Right.
things out of its brain. That's a surge. So 3
surges.
surges and then 1 for the re.
Yeah. So you should be at 11 surges total, Drock.
Okay, cool.
So you ask a ton of questions, you get a vague idea, and kind of showing on the map the kind of arc. And I'll do put this on GM layer. I'm going to probably delete this pretty quickly, but it's kind of like this on the city, because the section of the city you're coming in on, that sort of purple arc is very roughly where sort of the edge of the 10-mile radius is. Now it's not very, or it is precise, but it's very difficult to see precise distances because everything in the situation is moving. So it would be kind of impossible to pinpoint a location, but you can get sort of a rough idea of where the ship was and when it triggered, to get kind of an idea of where they are. So it's probably somewhere within the city, within the docks on the north. It's not really north or south, but the back and the front of this picture, or it is on the thing that's above. So when we get a little closer, we get a bigger description of the city. I want to start with what is this thing above the city? What is this thing?
A world ship, right?
It's not a world ship. It's smaller than a world ship. Anyone else?
So the Imperium is like cracking down on the city, kind of having more of a presence in Tantris, and this is one of their ships, and there's like a vault in the eye.
Yeah. So the ship is the Eye of the Imperium, and then there's a vault within the eye that has a bunch of artifacts or miscellaneously old relevant stuff in it.
I think Crom didn't seem particularly worried about the Imperium crackdown. It seemed kind of like this is a thing that happens from time to time.
Well,
Did
Crom.
we?
Go ahead, sorry.
So did we ask any of the Star Shadows like how long they've been waiting?
We didn't because time is weird for aberrant creatures.
Right, that's right. Yeah.
So we couldn't really ask anything about like time or planning.
Yeah. I just wondered because one of the things we brought up when we were asking them questions was how they knew that we were going to come here, or whether they knew, or whether they just guessed because they knew we were.
Well, that was something we learned from Crom, right? That there had been successful divinations on what we were planning to do.
Yeah, the Garen guy was able to successfully divine on us.
Right, Sulfur Garen, yeah.
And that's very strange. And then I think didn't Crom try to divine on us and was unsuccessful?
Correct.
So
which is part of the thing with the insurance money, right? Because basically he got hired to go do a thing, and then he cast a divination and was like, there's nothing there, man. Like, you're hiring us to go here and attack this ship. I did a divination, or I had a divination done. There is nothing at that location at that time. And then that's when Saul Falgarian said, okay, well, let's alter the deal slightly. I'll put this money down, and if that ship isn't there, then you get to keep the deposit. So worst, if you think it's not going to happen, I believe it's going to happen. But if we get there and nothing happens, you just sail back, and it's the easiest money you've ever made. And he's like, all right, well, okay, fine.
Mm.
So to piggyback on what someone else said, the Imperium is cracking down in the city, and this is just a thing that happens sometimes. That's not quite the impression that you guys would have gotten from Crom, because Crom said that one of the reasons that he was willing to take a job that was a little sketch was because there is a crackdown in the city, and he kind of wanted an excuse to not be there right now. So it's not that this is like a common occurrence, but there is some stuff going on. There's some politics and drama happening in the city, and he's sort of happy to just not be around for right now. Go on a job, be elsewhere while stuff blows over. Seems to be the feeling that you get from the captain.
Oh, he also sort of seemed to indicate that the payoff for the job would have been enough to retire on. So it seemed like it was a pretty hefty payout.
Yeah, this is going to be like a one great job type thing. So you guys get to Tantarus and get to dock. The captain kind of helps smooth things over to allow you to deal with the port authorities and dock. And then you guys are, required to enter in all of your paperwork and all that sort of stuff with the port authority. And by that, the person sort of draws on the little chalkboard a little circle for you to place your information in. Once you guys are successfully docked, what to from there? The captain basically has most of his crew stay aboard the ship, goes to set up the meeting between you guys and Masibu, the information broker. And what else?
We did a couple rituals. We did seek rumor to try to get more information about what's going on in the city, and we learned more about like kind of the crackdowns that were going on. And that there was like a network of tunnels under the city that had been locked up by the Imperium, it seemed like. And they weren't sure, like the folks in the city were like debating why exactly. Like if this was about getting rid of piracy or if this was about something else, I think.
And the idea is that there is conflicting ideas of is whatever's happening to lock away the underground, is that Imperium work, or is the Imperium and specifically the Shasek, the ruler of the city, is she just taking advantage of the opportunity to crack down on the pirates, since the pirates' normal way of getting away from problems has been locked down? So you get kind of conflicting information with Seek Rumor as far as who's behind it and whether it's a intentional sort of purge of the city or whether it's opportunistic or what exactly is going on.
So we don't even understand like why the underground is locked. Like we don't there's not a clear answer like who locked it.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors about different people believing different things, but nobody really knows why the underground is on lockdown.
Okay.
So you do that one, and then you guys do a second ritual.
Yeah, we got a map and we did what was it? Find treasure, magic map, something.
Magic map, yeah.
Magic map, and so we were able to track Salfa Garen, which was very difficult. He had like divination wards on himself, but we have a bead on him for, I think that was my 40, right? So for the max time.
Mm-hmm. For an hour.
Yeah. And he was headed into the city, I think, like towards where we think the Star Shadows might be. Like we don't know if he's going to them, but he's definitely headed that way. And so that's where we were debating what to do.
Did we ask Captain Crom if Safal Garen was missing an eye?
No. If only Philly were here, Philly would have asked.
Yeah.
So here's the map
Paranoid.
you guys get.
Yeah.
So you guys docked at the breach docks, and the divination showed that the person that it latched onto, who you think is Saul Garen, was entering the place called the Crucible and was sort of moving through the city. So the way that Magic Map kind of functions is that it's only kind of as accurate as the map that you have, and the map that you have is more of like a quick sort of like a tourist map, like maybe what you'd see at the outside of like a theme park or something. Like here are the basic places in the city. It's not like it's not like a street or a road map that will kind of tell you everything that's in the city. This is basically like here's the basic chunks of the city and roughly what they are.
Mhm.
And so using that map is going to get you sort of the area of the city that the person is in, or the thing that you need to find is in, but it's not going to give you like on the street corner, on the corner of X Street and Y Street. That's where he is.
Mhm.
And so we end the session there with you guys having about an hour on the tracking lock, and then a kind of a discussion of what to do from here, of whether to kind of go and try to see if you can track down this guy, whether you're going to wait here for the captain to come back, or if there's something else that you guys want to do. So before we kind of jump into start of session, is there anything from last session that you guys feel we've not gone over yet that is worth bringing up before we jump into the sort of decision of what to do next?
Nope.
Cool. So put you guys back on the map, on the map of Tantarus. Nobody asked last time, but since it's now the beginning of session, we have this thing. Does anyone have any questions about the sections on the map, like what this stuff is? Or are we kind of good with what we have?
What's the Great Market?
This feels like a bait.
Hang on.
Gary. Yeah, he said 1 second. I'll wait.
Sorry, 1 second.
Is Crucible pronounced with a rolled R? Like Crucible.
Only if you're
On your
evil.
accent.
Sorry, my daughter just like kicked in the door and holding, like my older daughter kicked in the door holding my younger daughter and was like, "Somebody has a poopy." I'm like, all right.
And it's not dinner time.
Sorry, so I was slightly distracted. Other than jokes about how to pronounce things.
Could you, on this map, replicate the aura for the 10-mile radius that we got?
Sure. Let's see if I can zoom appropriately. I'll do it. Purple's kind of hard to see, so I'm going to do it in yellow's probably hard to see too. Let's do it in red.
What's the little X on the crucible?
That's where your
Safal Garen?
that's where the tracker is.
Oh, on the map. Okay, thanks. Sorry.
So the red
What's so? Oh, sorry. You go.
the red mark is roughly the edge of that 10-mile.
It's where we would assume the Star Shadows are somewhere on there because of
Yeah,
when
somewhere
it's all
along that red
triggered.
line.
Yeah.
Well, I
Wait.
was gonna point
Oh,
out
I
that
see.
like if the Star Shadows are hanging out in a bar, that means that they're not in their like true form, right? So they're obviously disguised in some way. What do you guys want to bet that Sulfur Garen is a Star Shadow in disguise?
I think he's probably in league with them, but I don't think he is one because he would have been closer. Like he would have been the first one to trigger.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true.
Good point.
And I'll put on here. I can get this thing to actually go in that purple color again. That the feeling is that that's a different color purple, but this will work. Is that the X is moving towards,
Right.
is moving away from you all.
Yeah.
Do we want to go after it? Because we don't have any leads currently on where where our MacGuffin is.
Yeah, so I think where we kind of left off and we were debating and wanted to wait for Michael to weigh in was we could follow this Garen guy. We could wait to talk to the Crom's person that he's going to get. We could investigate the underground. We weren't totally sure how to proceed, I think.
We could split the party.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards pursuing Garen or meeting with the treasure hunter more so than investigating the underground.
Hmm.
How? I mean,
What was in the underground?
Mystery.
Oh,
so
cares?
what I'm a bit worried about and is like we've got to lock on this guy for an hour.
Hmm. Yeah, if we're gonna do
If
this,
it
we
takes
gotta
the
do it
treasure,
now.
yeah, if it takes the treasure hunter like more than an hour to get back to us, then that's kind of a problem. We lose that opportunity.
Hmm.
So if we are going to do it, we should do it first and maybe leave instructions with the crew to, I don't know, like take the treasure hunter into the mess hall and give him food from the magic table or keep him occupied until we get back.
I will make a sort of a clarification that the impression that Crom gave you about arranging this meeting was that he would set up the meeting to happen in town. That there is not really the assumption that he's going to go get the information broker
Right.
and bring him to you, right? He's setting up a meeting for you to go and meet them. It is
Right.
very unlikely that's going to occur at the docks. But like having your crew tell, like when Crom gets back, like, hey, wait, is also fine.
Okay.
You have at least a couple of people aboard the ship that would be able to do ascending to you as well. So, like if someone comes back, it is not difficult for you to have one of the two sort of mid heroic ritualists that are on the ship kind of get back to you.
I forget the bosun's name, but he's kind of our middleman between like the crew.
Yeah, like Garbu would be able to. He's the bosun. He can do that sort of stuff. But you guys also have the master wardsman who can do ascending. He's high enough level, and so can Hatterai. Hatterai can do ascending as well.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Was Hatterai hesitant to see the city of Tantarus, given the last time that he took a short foray into a city we docked at?
He does not seem to be. There's been a couple of days that you guys have been sailing through the void, and even if you have some people that are normally pretty reticent to leave the ship, or that leave the ship under sort of very specific situations, even people like Mestislav and his wife and son seem pretty much looking forward to the opportunity to have other things around them, even if they're just kind of on the docks and not going into the city proper. There does seem to be a pretty strong feeling towards with the crew and the sort of other people that you've gathered over the time of wanting to get off of the ship at Tantarus.
Is there a way where we could say like, because I assume there's like dockside markets and like crap like that, right?
There is in a lot of places, but the breach doesn't look like it has those. The breach docks look pretty vacant. Something that you guys noticed coming in, there's a lot of empty and open docks, and there's very few other ships that are docked here. Something around the range of like when you're there and you can see the sort of signs and stuff that the dockmaster has, there's only like 4 of the like 50 ports on dockside, on the breach side of the docks that are filled. All the others are empty. And the city also has this feel of being built for a lot more people than there are here.
Okay. Well, that paid to that plan.
Since
I
we
was going to
got
try and give our friend some shore leave.
since we got like a tourist map, does the tourist map kind of have like a little key to sort of explain what each of these locations are? Like great restaurants here, happen in nightlife.
If I was a better DM, I would have like a little key for you. But I have all the stuff and I know what these things are. But basically, it would say it doesn't give you any real explanation of what the 4 docks are. It just basically says that the outer ring is divided into these 4 sections: the Spinward, the Leeward, the Twin Arms, and the Breach. But you get the impression from things that the assumption is basically that you're going to be dealing with like the Spinward docks and the Breach docks look to be the most detailed and have like the most kind of artwork in them of like the little docking mechanisms and stuff. So those seem to be probably the primary docks. The Great Market is the thing that has the most it's got like little drawings and stuff around it and has the idea of it being like packed with buildings. And the Great Market is basically where you can get anything you need, right? That is the open supply of everything. All of the anything that you would need would be there. The gap is the space between the arms, so that there is nothing there. It's sort of blackened on the map, that there is this gap between the areas, and then a bunch of little bridges that are going over the gap. The Crucible, it has this sort of hammer symbol on it, and the little sidebar would say that this is for getting raw materials and working with the miners and expeditions down below the surface and things like that. And then the Sundowns is the artisan district. Basically, if you need something of high quality, or if you need like the shipwrights or any of like the larger ticket items, not like your everyday stuff, that's where you would go to the Sundowns. And Steelmire is the place that is on the map marked as has a little parentheses below it, like locals only. So it's probably not a sort of touristy style location. And then the Eye Tower in the area around it is the seat of government. It's sort of, if you have any official business, you need to head to the Eye Tower.
So there's nothing anywhere close to the docks that we could say to people like, you can go here, but like we can recall them if things go pear-shaped for us.
It doesn't seem like there's anything nearby. I mean, the closest things here, you could send them along the outer rim to the Spinward docks, which from the description that you get from the map and also from the dockmaster, there probably are a couple of things to do with the Spinward docks because it's the more commonly used of the ports. So there is probably some small stuff over there, but if you're gonna if they are gonna have some shore leave, they're probably gonna want to go inside of the gap, like into the city itself. The ring of docks on the outside of the city, from what you guys can see and from the impressions given to you by the map, it's really just docks, and there's so much more space than there are people in the ring that you're going to be walking for a long way before you encounter anything.
Right. Well, they'll just have to wait. So yeah, do we want to go after this guy?
I think so.
We just had a cell open up in secondary containment.
That is true. I think it would be a big missed opportunity if we didn't go after him.
Yeah, I mean, we had to do some pretty crazy stuff to even have the opportunity.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and kind of reiterate something that was said last time. When you used the spell on him, you got the impression that there was resistance, right? You had to force your way through something to get it to connect.
Mm-hmm.
And if
so
serves,
would he?
the power to do it.
Sorry. Yeah. Do we know if he would know that he's been divined?
The spell, I think, has on it that it doesn't no information on that, but generally speaking, unless you have something that reacts to it, no. So if the person had something on them that would trigger if they're scryed, then yes. But that's pretty difficult to do, and yeah, it's very difficult to have something like that on you at all times. That's like the major beacons that guard the port cities back on Sulban, they have anti-scrying wards, but that's seen as more like an industrial level magic. Like having that on an individual person seems sort of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So it's not impossible, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely that he
Okay.
has something on him that would recognize he has been scryed.
That kind of makes it even more tempting for me, though, as well, because we have a good chance that he doesn't know that we're coming for him.
Yeah. Well, and even if he knows he was scryed, I crit. That's the only reason we have it for an hour. So I think he would assume even if somebody saw him, it would be for just a few minutes at most.
Yeah. Do we have a means of travel? Because he's far away from us and moving away. Do we have a means of travel that would catch up with him?
We have Find Steed or whatever. Magic Phantom Steed.
Yeah, you could cast Phantom Steeds, and that would
that draw attention to us, though, if we're
oh, hell yes.
Riding magical steeds.
I mean,
yes.
If your entrance into town is to gallop into town on spectral black horses that are running slightly above the ground, yes, someone is going to notice that.
I need some dramatic Lord of the Rings music to accompany us as well, please, and thank you.
Now, yeah, by that thing, right? The vast majority of people who see the Nazgul ride into town are gonna find something else to do and find somewhere else to be. But there are some people that will be like, hang on, I should probably do something about this, even if they don't directly interfere with you. That's one of those things that your guardsman that gets paid a silver piece a day, he might not step in front of the oncoming horde, but he might be like, all right, I need to tell somebody who gets paid more than me to go deal with this.
So maybe not do that.
There's no way to make them not giant magical half horses.
Wouldn't that
half
be
horse.
even more terrifying? Riding into town on half a horse?
No, that's what they are. I mean, can we make
basically, from my understanding, you guys can try to see if you can find something that you have, but if you guys are riding magical horses or flying or on the backs of eagles, right? If you're moving supernaturally fast as you enter the city in whatever means that you guys have access to, that is likely to trigger some variation of the same response, right? There's going to be a lot of people that look at that and go, all right, I'm not dealing with that. And then there's going to be some people who are supposed to deal with abnormal things and are going to deal with it, right? You're going to not be blending in no matter how you do it. But you guys do have access to going faster. I mean, the only ways that really wouldn't draw a ton of attention would be if you could teleport directly into places. But again, you can't really do that here.
Yeah.
Because the map's not specific enough.
And because we probably didn't teleport. Or I guess we know we're safe.
I thought it was safe to teleport in. Yeah.
It is safe to teleport within here, but you don't have a lot of really good medium range teleports.
Right.
I will say, according to the ship, there are several spin discs in town, but again, that's going to have that same sort of.
We just pop out of a spin disc.
Yeah, I mean, if you pop out of a spin disc, even if it's someplace you're supposed to be, that isn't that's not going to be just like, oh, we just continue on. Like you're going to pop into a place, the spend discs. If any place is populated, any place that's controlled by people in the city, it's going to be those spend discs. So if you
And they're going to want to
in,
know why we are using the spin disc, right?
why you're here, what are you doing? You know, kind of like the Dockmaster, they might ask you to pay or might require you to pay a small fee for using the discs. Again, you might be able to do it. You might be able to take up some space. There is a spend disc in the Crucible, but it is going to be one of those things that like it's not going to be quite as helpful for jumping ahead and automatic, right? Because you don't know exactly if you spin into a new location, is this going to be a couple seconds of, yeah, here's some money, we've got places to be, or is this going to be a longer thing that's going to stop you from continuing forward, right? There's that unknown factor.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Since we've just cast the ritual, we have an hour. Like just speed wise, can we catch up to him within the hour if nothing crazy happens?
Maybe it kind of depends on you guys can kind of double time it, make as good of time as you can into the city, but you don't really know how fast he is compared to you guys. Like if you guys are running and he's also running, then you don't know if you're going to be making up the difference. By the same token, he might just stop at some point, right? Like you don't know how far he's going. So it is going to be somewhat difficult to figure that out.
I think we have to try, right?
Yeah, the question is, do we try with horses or not?
Did Captain Crom say that he thought Garen was or was not affiliated with the Imperium?
So he said that the Salfa Garen is a deva and was tossing around money and being sort of suspect. So his thought on the Imperium is if he is part of the Imperium, he's probably not part of the Imperium in the city because Salfa Garen did not kind of go through official channels to get to him. But at the same sort of token, it's someone who is a deva that is tossing around a bunch of money at an Imperium outpost, probably connected to the Imperium, but just not the people that are here.
Okay. Could we
that whole maybe like covert agent of the Imperium and isn't going through official channels is kind of the vibe you get from the captain.
Right. Because we know that there are Imperium people who are specifically diviners, like they're designated diviners.
Mm-hmm.
The alienists above Sin the whatever.
Yeah.
Correct.
Could we get the guards to put out an APB on a suspected artifact thief and give them his spell signature?
I mean, you can, but I mean, it's going to mean that you need to go talk to the guards, which is a reasonable thing to go do.
I think we should just have that.
So I need to hear some stuff from Filibuster and Drak. You guys have not said much in a bit. What are your thoughts on just hoofing it versus getting some rituals to make up the difference?
I'm good with just hoofing it. Not drawing too much attention. This does not seem to be a place we want to draw a lot of attention to ourselves. So I say,
why are we hyper focused on this guy?
Because he put out a hit on us.
Yeah, but like a lot of people want to kill us.
Yeah, but he specifically had the ability to divine us where like no one else has been able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's fine to take it slow, like Drock said, because I think it's fine to take it slow. Personally.
Worst case, we don't find him. There's other things to do, but I would hate to draw the attention of 5-star shadows.
And Weiss people. And to draw the ire of the city guard and, etc.
Let's do...
I think the star shadows were going after like Rock's kind of aura because it was all green and gold.
Mm-hmm.
So if we did go into the city, I think they would sense. I think even like if we left the ship, I think maybe it's the ship that's like keeping us safe because we're definitely like there's no if they're 10 miles away, there's no way that they can't sense him at least a little. I think it might be the ship that's protecting us, and if you leave the ship, then I think they will know that we're there. That's my
I was thinking
hypothesis.
this while watching last week that we have a lot of hubris thinking they're waiting exactly for us. I think it may just be like a sign of Summer in some way. Maybe Drock is that, but I think he's sort of low enough on the totem pole where he's not like a beacon of that.
That's the
But we
point.
asked why is your prey coming here, and they showed us a vision of that same person that they're waiting for walking up a dark tunnel and looking at a sun.
Oh, that's right.
So I think that they're waiting for the people who are trying to get to Summer.
Could we do a? I know you have one. You've got like a. There was like Hand of Fate, and there was like another ritual that was sort of a bit like. Like what's the best course of action? What's the worst course of action?
Yeah, I don't have a great one. It's like Wheel and Woe, basically. And it's like we tried to use it in Haven. It's like in the next 30 minutes, if I do this thing, will it be good or bad?
Is it worth taking 10 minutes to do that?
Because
I
if you
think
do more rituals here, you're going to be
eating
giving
that hour.
your target a lead. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
cutting into that.
Yeah.
I think we just go.
Because
You want to just start running through the city?
Yeah.
I'm assuming at DM, because the casting of magic map does take time, I'm assuming that the conversation of what do we do if this latches onto someone happens during the ritual, right? Like it takes you time to cast this. I don't think you've finished casting the ritual and then you decide what you're going to do about it. Like I'm assuming that
Yes, I would like to have had that conversation.
had that conversation
That's
first.
very generous of you, Gary.
But if you guys are like, okay, now we need to do X, Y, and Z, that is going to be cutting into your hour, right?
Yeah. I was just looking at the ship's rituals to see if there was anything that would move us quickly, and we had 30 copies of Comrade Sucker. That's why you thought we had that.
No, there it is.
There it is.
Because you made sure we had that.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right.
Let's go.
So,
Let's do it.
moving through the city, going to be a group skill check, right? Because kind of how fast the group as a whole moves. It is a kind of major metropolitan area, and it is also a physical challenge. So I'm going to just kind of go through the list. You can either use Dungeoneering, Streetwise, or Athletics, or Endurance. Those are the 4 basic. And if you have something else you want to use, you can sort of justify something else. I'm going to type those out real quick. And then we'll just kind of go in order. 1 second. I'm going to use Drock to be the marker for the group in the city. And I just put everybody else's tokens up there to make life a little easier for me. So yeah, Drock will be the token that I'm going to be moving. So Drock, don't move your token if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
And then we'll kind of do this in stages. So whoever wants to go first. Streetwise.
My imposter's armor, how long does it take to switch forms?
I want to say it's a minor action, but I'd have to look it up.
I think it is a minor, yeah. So.
Yeah, so it's a minor action on and off.
So that's just seconds, right? Not like minutes.
Yeah, it's like you snap your fingers and it's done.
Can I change into looking like kind of like a medic, and then I want to like use bluff to get through by saying, you know, someone's injured, we're trying to make our way to the hospital quickly to get people to move out of the way?
Well, I will say that as you guys come into the city, there's there's very few people here, right? This is not like some of the other bigger cities you guys have been to where there's like crowded streets and things like that. You're moving through these sort of cavernous corridors and across the bridge at Breach Docks is enormous. Like it's, 150 feet wide and it's like 500 feet long to get across the bridge. And when you step onto the bridge, your group are the only people on this massive bridge, right? This city is built for hundreds of thousands of people, and it doesn't seem like there's more than a few thousand people that live here, and those aren't out this far. So the challenge is more getting to where you're going efficiently and sort of following along with the map, and not as much pushing your way through a crowded city.
Okay, that's fair. I will just do basic endurance then.
Okay. So that is going to be once. And we move through each one. So this is a group check. I just need one quick check from each person, and then we get sort of a like a composite result. So whoever would like to go next, if no one has any things they want to do, Philly, you'd be the next one up. Michael.
I'm muted talking to myself. I will roll Dungeoneering. If that's okay. I don't really just default. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dungo. Oh. No.
So that's an easy. Griffle.
Hello. Dungeoneering.
Huzzah. Because as we all know, you are no longer trained in athletics.
Correct. I kind of miss it though,
It's one of those
You
things.
switch?
It feels more relevant when you lose it.
Yeah. You don't know what you got till it's gone, huh?
Mm-hmm. 23, so 2 moderate successes, 1 easy success. Morin, you're up.
As a city liver in the past, I have probably seen tourist maps like these before in various cities, so I'm going to use Streetwise and see if I can be like, oh, this is the weird thing that they're pointing out on the map.
Mm-hmm. Sounds good. Moderate DC success. And last but not least, one of many.
Well, I guess I'll go Streetwise. Just
Don't mess it up.
Great. Great. I'm a clever girl. Here we go. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a 3 moderates and 1 easy. That makes it an overall easy success. So like easy to moderate success. You guys make your way into the city going across this massive bridge. And when you guys go kind of on the apex of the bridge over the gap, and you can see a little bit of what the Crucible looks like, the Crucible, that entire area of town, is like a massive factory. There are different chunks, different sections of the factory that look like they're different, but it gives you the feeling of one of the most industrial looking places that you guys have ever been to. And the vast majority of the stuff that you can see from the bridge, it looks like it's darkened, like there's nobody there. There are sections that do look like there's lights and populations and people that you can see from a distance, but maybe it's like 1 in every 5 buildings in the Crucible has people in it, and the other 4 are darkened, and several of those look like they are like long disused. While nothing here shows signs of corrosion that you would expect on like Sulban, because there's no like weather system here, you don't have like big things that look like they're like rusted out hulks or anything. There isn't a lot of traditional wear and tear, but many of the buildings have this look of being ancient and vacant for very long periods of time. And as you pass your way through get to the bridge and get through and into the Crucible proper, you can see that several of the side streets have been sort of cordoned off. And especially Morin notices that like sort of the city management part of things here is that you're being funneled into an area, not necessarily anything malicious funneled, but like the traffic that does come through this area looks like it's sort of been designed not to just spread throughout the entire crucible, but to go down towards this one area. And as you kind of follow along and get closer, you're seeing these sort of barricades that do look like they have like doors and stuff, like ways for maybe like locals to get through them and stuff. But there are these barricades that go to different sections of the city. You can see ahead of you that there is a like a guard station that you guys are coming across. They don't look like there's no like city wall here. There's no like palisade or anything like that. It's just a section of the city street that is very well lit. And there is a building that you can see with a little sort of metal bar that's built out to the side that looks like it would be one of those places that you'd have people kind of queue up and do paperwork, a lot like what you'd expect to see on Suvan at like the docks as like a check-in place for like entering the city and having paperwork and things like that. That is what this place looks like. What is the group's sort of interaction going to be when you guys get to see this? Is this going to be, yeah, we're going to go through the guard station, or are you guys going to try to avoid it one way or the other?
Does it look like it's a recently constructed flow into a guard station? Like as a result of the Imperium cracking down?
No, it gives you the impression this thing looks like it's been here for quite a long time. This looks like a sort of a fixture of the city, but it does have that look of like, oh, there's no like trash around it. There's no the like the kind of dark or the sense of like it being abandoned. This thing looks like it's, you know, an actively used place.
Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking of like a real world analog to like when theme parks funnel you into specific areas and like a specific route.
Yeah, it's kind of like you know, if you're gonna get to say like the water park area of a theme park, right? Like you can only get to there from one entrance, and there's gonna be someone there like checking your ticket or something like that, right? There's gonna be a checkpoint of some kind, and that's what this looks like it's sort of being built to. All of the traffic coming from the breach that is sent to this main bridge, and everything from the main bridge then gets sort of funneled into this guard station. So what's the idea? Head into the guard station or go around?
Does it look like there's a clear path around?
Kind of, not really. Like you could go through one of the barricades, but you know, that's going to be varying levels of difficulty. And also, if you are seen going through the barricades and avoiding the guard station, you know, that's going to have an effect.
Are there guards visible?
There are no guards visible from where you guys are. You can see that there is in the middle of the street. There's there's like a lantern, like a light post that's been built that doesn't look the same age as the rest of the city. It doesn't look like it's brand new, but it looks more sort of MacGyvered into the middle, whereas like everything else has this very solid, like ancient tech feel to it. This little light post in the middle of the road looks like it's been sort of built after the fact as a signpost for there being a guard station here. You don't see anyone there, but you get the impression that if you guys walk into that light, walk into the area right in front of the guard station, someone's probably going to come out.
I think we go to the guard station.
My thought was, if we've seen guards again, I could try the whole armor thing, try and look like a guard, and try.
Is
and rush
the
past.
guard station run by the Imperium?
You don't know. It's pretty.
Will I be identified
Mm.
as a heretic?
I don't think dressing like a guard is necessarily a good idea because it seems like the city's so sparse that
They might
all
all,
the guards
know each other. Yeah.
yeah.
I say we go through anyways. I don't care.
The oft-uttered byword, the tagline of our entire campaign. What's the worst that could happen?
Nothing so far.
Vote quick, please.
I say we just
Uh,
I'll make a
Nova.
quick
Leave
note, and then
it.
we'll keep discussing if needed.
Yeah, I say we go through.
Okay. So you guys head down the main avenue, and as you guys enter into the light of the guards of that sort of street lamp, there is this slight tingle that you feel, like you're entering the edge of like an aura, and you hear this very soft bell chime. And it chimes that you can tell that it's not like ringing where you are; it's ringing like inside of the building. And then after a second of the kind of the bell going off, you hear the bell stop, and a guard steps out of the guard station. He's wearing something that doesn't really look like a uniform so much as just like maybe personal made armor. And it's a bunch of mismatched pieces of plate. He is a bladeling and has very noticeable blades coming out of his body. And he kind of looks up at you and walks over to the little station, and you see him pull out. You're pretty certain it's some kind of book, but it's in big blocky pieces, and it doesn't seem to have paper. It just looks like it has like these very thin sheets of almost looks like stone. And then as he opens it up, you can see he puts his hand over it. It sort of flutters very slightly. He looks over towards you, and you guys can see him do basically a detect magic or something similar. And then he frowns and he says, I don't sense you are acquainted with the city yet. Please, welcome, please. I have some minor things need be doing. If you wouldn't mind all gathering here. He gestures with his hand for you guys to kind of like space out along the counter that he's in front of.
I say, yes, my first time in Tantris, as I walk up to the counter.
So he nods. Welcome to the city. If you are planning to stay for any length of time, I would request that you get yourself marked in the books. He gestures towards the little thing in front of him. And then he opens it up, opens up the book to a piece, and he pulls out what looks kind of like the Dockmaster had, like a little piece of chalk. For temporary markings, can I get names and designations, points of origin, please? And what is your business within the city? So he very quickly starts to scratch sort of the framework, like he's drawing the form really quickly on the thing for him to fill out like your all's names and the designation of your ship and stuff like that while you're here. What would you guys tell him?
I am called Morin of the Superstition's End.
He writes it down.
From Solban.
Long way out. Here to find your fortune in the cars. He gives a little smile at that, like maybe that's something he's heard several times.
I was gonna say, if our purpose is questioned, or like, if just saying like we're here looking for work doesn't work, we could tell a version of the truth where we are like looking for a, like we're looking for someone who cheated us out of a deal, basically.
I think and if he's said why he thinks we're here, we just go along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Do we think that he would have the capability if we gave him Garen's spell signature to tell us if he went through here?
This guy gives you the impression of someone that it looks like it took him a little bit of effort to open up his second sight to do the detect magic on you guys to recognize stuff. You don't think that he's going to be like a very powerful. He doesn't have any like aura of magic around him. Doesn't have any magic items other than what's on the desk in front of him. He looks more like your average person, even though he's a supernatural setting. But your average person, not like a spellcaster of any note. And I will say, as like a minor aside, like while it's not often something that you guys encounter that much, it is worth noting that you guys are going to be like, both mechanically and in like a game sense on a different power scale than most of the people that you meet, right? Like the vast majority of people that exist in the universe are heroic tier characters, and the fact that you are Paragon means that there's a very small percentage of people that are sort of batting in your area. They're fighting in your weight class.
Mm.
And this guy is definitely not one of them. So he's going to write down. Does anyone not give your name or give a different name other than what your name actually is to this guy?
Yeah, I'll tell him my name is Jessica.
Okay. He doesn't seem to bat an eye at that. He doesn't seem to be bothered by what people give. He just writes it down.
What was the name you used for the party? The remember when we were hosting that party? I thought we had a name that we used.
Not for us though.
Oh.
We were rivals. We were rivals.
Jessica Jones.
Yeah, we could just be the Joneses.
So he writes
Jones.
it down, and then he says, well, if you are going to go and find certain things within the city, know that the Great Market is welcome to all. But if you are heading for the Eye or for the Tower or needing to get something done within the Sundowns, you will need to be properly registered for you to be able to have entrance to those places. So basically, if you go to the Eye or Sundowns, you need to register with the city to go there.
In a separate process than what we're doing now.
Yes. So he's like, this is just basically a sign in at the guard station. And he will say that you need to register with the city, get your spell signature registered with the Imperial government, and then you're allowed to go wherever you want to go.
Okay.
So he writes everybody's names down. Does anyone have any questions or things that they want to do with the guard before heading on? Because once he's done his part, he's content to go back into the guardhouse and do whatever he was doing, waiting for people.
Yeah, we're looking for a business competitor, well, more like rival of ours. And I'm wondering if he came through here recently. We think he's in the Crucible, but I'm trying to figure out how far behind we are. A Deva by the name of Safal Garen.
He kind of flips through and says, wow, that is information I can look up for you if there's reason to do so. And he takes his other hand and sort of like scratches very lightly on the tabletop. And gives
I
you
put
sort of
down some coins.
He nods his head. Says, there have been very few people coming through from the Reach as of late. A captain of some note. And then he kind of rambles off a couple of other people. Looks like there's only been about 10 people that have passed through the Crucible, and none of which were Deva today. Or at least have passed through his station from the Breach to the Crucible.
I'd like to, after we're done with this guy, look at the map again, because it's still active, right?
It is still active.
So can I see where he is now?
Seems to still be within the Crucible, although it's not giving you very accurate readings. But you get the impression that he's moving away, and that now that you are closer, and that he is closer as well, gives you the impression that he's moving away and down. So he's likely moving from the Crucible to Sundowns.
Okay. So we need to catch up with him before he gets there, otherwise we have to register.
Yeah. Can you tell me the shortest path to the Sundowns?
He nods, and then he'll give you a quick explanation of, go down this way. You're looking for this landmark. Turn. You're looking for this landmark. He gives you some quick instructions on how to get down there. And then he would kind of end it with, and there is no station like this one in the border between the Crucible and the Sundowns. But if you are found wandering the Sundowns and unregistered, it will cause problems. And the gods are used to dealing with problems here. But if you're expecting quick exits, understand the city is not as kind to those that would flee normally as it is today. The Shah Sek will have order. Come the morning, order will be restored everywhere in the city.
Of course, and I'll do that little symbol that you do at like an elemental altar, or that
Okay.
gesture, and walk away.
So again, you guys have the instructions from the guard. You kind of know where you're going. You know you're headed towards Sundowns. Same thing as last time, trying to see if you can catch up to the guy before he enters into the next area. Go ahead and hook me up with those default checks again. And there's no penalty for using the same check again if you're using a default. If you guys want to use something that's not one of the 4 listed, just tell me what you're doing, and we'll start again with Drock. Moderate DC, moving quickly. Next up is Philly.
And the whole goal is just to get to Sundowns effectively.
Get to Garen before he gets to the Sundowns, I think.
Hmm.
The goal is to move quickly and efficiently through the city in order to make it to the Sundowns before, or to make it to Garen before he makes it to the Sundowns.
I see. Okay. I'll just do Dungeoneering again.
Good deal. Moderate DC success. Griffle, you are up next.
Oh
After
no.
1 is not an automatic
That's
failure,
so
so an
bad.
easy success. Morin?
Yay!
Easy success again. And then last but not least is one of many.
Okay, can I make a pitch for Arcana because I am using the map to try to navigate?
Sure. You're sort of hunting someone via Arcana. Oh, that's not what I want to do. I'm going to send this to a different layer.
Jesus. Bad rolls.
So, as an overall moderate to easy success, you guys are not going to catch up to Sulfur Garen before he moves from one section to the next. You get the impression that there is sort of a brief period of time while you're moving when he leaves the Crucible before he enters the Sundowns, but you can tell that you're far enough behind that you're not going to be able to catch up before he's going to enter the Sundowns. I'm going to take away this terrible looking arrow. So as you leave the Crucible heading towards the Sundowns, you can see that there are a couple of like markers, not quite signs, that would say Sundowns, but they show like a sunset, right? They show a horizon with a sun on it that looks like it's descending. And there's a gap between, on the map, what would be Crucibles and the Sundowns that looks like this pretty large residential area. So these sort of high-rise like apartments that are completely abandoned. This section of the city looks like the couple streets that take up the thoroughfare between the Crucibles and Sundowns looks like it's fairly well maintained, but off the beaten path, it's not blocked off or barricaded off like it was at the edge of the Crucible. But here you can look down an alleyway and get the sensation that no one's walked down that alleyway in maybe years in certain sections of the city, that there's just big blocks of the city that are completely abandoned. And when you guys get closer, you can see that the Sundowns, from a little bit of a distance, has light, has people there, that it does look like, almost feels like there's a city at the edge of the wilderness, but the wilderness here is just abandoned city. So then the question is going to become, are you guys going to try to kind of keep a low profile in the Sundowns? Are going to try to stay below the notice? Because you are moving now into sort of a population center, continuing to follow the tracking marker. Or is this a thing that you'd want to, once you get into the Sundowns, go to find some place to register? Are you avoiding notice, or are you going to register to avoid whatever problems might happen if you get caught attempting to avoid notice?
I think that like we could register because like as far as they're concerned, like we have every right to be here.
And I will say, from the the like impression you guys got from the first guard, it isn't that registration is going to be some like huge deal. It's more like we just need to have everyone check the checkbox, right?
Mhm.
I'm down to go register so we don't have to deal with this. Like, don't have to deal with stuff if things go wrong.
What is the process for registering? Like, how does one give one spell signature?
Oh, so you're familiar with that?
We had to do
You're
it
not sure if
in.
they use the same system here, but they probably do since you saw Crom use it. Basically, there's a crystal that won't have anything in it. They do a quick. It's not even a ritual. It's basically just an Arcana check to store your spell signature within the crystal, and then they have sort of your signature and probably fill out some paperwork, things like that.
Mm. I'm wondering if there's like a way to fake it.
It is nearly impossible to fake your spell signature.
Okay.
There are always rumors that it is possible to do, but you guys have never heard of anyone successfully faking their spell signature. And it's one of the things that it's one of the reasons that people use it all the time is because it's so reliable.
Mm.
So people can chuck me votes real quick. 1 for getting registered, 2 for voting notice. I know that Griffel said her vote was getting registered. Not heard from a couple other people. All right. So entering into Sundowns, once you kind of get to a place that is populated, you can see that there's a ton of people on the main thoroughfares of the streets in the Sundowns. And as soon as you kind of get there, it very much gives you this vibe of sort of a wealthy mercantile area, right? There's nobody walking around that looks like they are really dingy or grubby. There's no one that's dirty here. Everyone that you can see on the streets, if they're not wearing magical equipment, which very few people are, they do give you this air of people that look like they're artisans or that there are sort of, I guess you'd say, like upper middle class, right? And as you guys come onto the streets, there are quite a few people that kind of glance over at you. No one looks like they're affronted by you guys coming in here, but you do see some people take, a glance and notice that you're there, and some people take a longer appraising glance. You can see a couple people, close their eyes and reopen them, the sensation of having someone detect magic on you. And as you enter into the Sundowns, one of many, you get this sensation of when you're holding onto the magic map and walking into this area of like walking through cobwebs, of feeling sort of like layer after layer of sort of stuff sort of slap up against your magical senses. Not enough to like stop you moving forward, but enough to kind of give you this weird tingly sensation as you enter into this area. It would not be difficult at all to spot the guard station in the Sundowns. So you can see kind of one of the big intersections close to the path from the Crucible into the Sundowns. You can see another one of those lamps. This one looks like it's much more well made, and it gives off a sort of warmer, kind of orangey light compared to this sort of kind of bright white, almost like LED style light that the one in the Crucible did. This one looks a little bit more inviting and welcoming and well put together. And there are a couple of guards that are sitting outside of the station, kind of joking and talking to each other. And yeah, it'd be pretty easy to go up there, and you're pretty sure that if it's not the place to get registered, they're going to know where you need to go to get registered. Would you guys head up and walk to there? And if so, who's talking for the group? Who's approaching them?
I would make a pitch for Griffel to do the registration talking. Because I feel like
why?
they're gonna have questions about the ship that you might be better able to
Right.
answer.
Yeah. All right. Yep. I'll walk up.
So you see the two bladelings that are outside that are kind of chatting with each other. They stop and, they don't go to attention, but you can tell that, they sort of respectfully stop their conversation and look over towards you like, oh, somebody wants something. And one of the two stands up and kind of gives you a nod and says, "What can we do for you?"
Looking to register.
Newcomers, here to go and follow the protocols. Aaron will be happy. Aaron! He calls back into the guard station, and you hear a clinking sound, and after a moment, you see a very heavily armored Minotaur sort of step out of the guard station, kind of look around for a second, and then come your direction, and you see a small quirking of a smile as the Minotaur kind of stomps over towards you. While the two guards that you saw look like they are in what you'd expect to be like typical guard armor, and again, for the guards that you can see here, even the two guys that are here in the Sundowns, there's very much like a sense of this is their personal equipment, right? This is not like a uniform that's been issued to them. This is their stuff. Same thing with this guy that they just called Aaron. His armor does look like it is much more personalized, and it looks pretty radically different from the others, although he is Minotaur and they are Bladeling, so that sort of makes sense. Let me show the picture of what he looks like. I guess I could put it on the map page, but I'll pull you back over here for just a second to see Aaron. So the Minotaur kind of stumps up to you. He's really big, like he's almost 9 feet tall. He bows down. "Welcome to our good city." And then you see little flitterings of things around the side of his mask where you can see he's got some sort of display, sort of a clear something over his eyes. "You are here to get registered. Good, good. I am Maranopos. Welcome to our fair city. If you will come with me. Is there anything you're looking for in particular here?" And he kind of stomps off, and he looks like he's, moving slowly, and he's turning slightly to the side to kind of keep conversational, but he's very much expecting you guys to follow him.
Yeah, well, I'll follow. We're in from Sulban. We are looking for work. We have a great need of work at this time.
Well, always much more work than there are hands to do it here. And if it's honest work you're looking for, the Shasak will look kindly upon you. But you must understand, if we have a reputation in Suba'an for being a place of lawlessness, that is soon to be a thing of the past. We will respect good and honest workers here, but if you're looking to start trouble, you've picked a very bad day to come here.
He doesn't seem
Ah,
like he's actively being hostile so much as just trying to be kind of very formal with you when he's talking.
right. So he's like, "Look, we know we have this reputation. Don't think of us like this."
Yeah.
Right. We had heard that there was change on the wind, and it is for this reason only that we would consent to take up work in this place.
Good, good. The Shasak would be happy to hear that news of the change is already starting to spread. This will be a great city. Will be a place that people will want to go to, and not the ass end of nowhere that only degenerates find home.
He kind of frowns.
Yes, degenerates.
You can tell that he has sort of a passion for this. It's not a long walk. It's maybe only like 2 blocks to get from the guard station to this sort of building that's offset a little bit from the street. And there's a big sign above it that says Tantarus, and then has this symbol below it of like this. Looks like a big piece of crystal, and then there's like multiple kind of like circles around it, like a sun that's moving around it, and little dotted lines between it, showing like what you would normally expect to be like phases of the moon, but you've not seen a moon since you've been here. That shows like the sun moving around this crystal. Eropos stops before he gets to the door, and then he kind of taps his armored glove on the side of the building, and you hear the sort of tinny ring of the metal building, and then he opens the door and walks in.
Upsock, people here to get registered. It is a good day for business, I think.
And you go inside, and you see this eclectic looking place that kind of gives you the impression of being like a shop. But everything here looks like it's made out of the crystals and things like that. And there is, assuming that's on the right layer. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
It is on the
Yeah.
wrong layer, but it's on a layer you can see, so no worries. Is that like weirdly light colored?
Yeah, and now a grid showed up darker as well.
I don't know why this.
Is she vaping?
She's vaping, totally. I don't know why it's so weirdly lit, but you see a person there. Obviously a bladeling, but unlike some of the bladelings that you've seen outside, this person is wearing a ton of decorations and things all over her body. And her sort of bright blue eyes and lips, rather than in other places that you guys have seen bladelings, they oftentimes will wear like lipstick or things to cover their very clear blue lips. This person looks like they've kind of done the reverse, right? They've accentuated the sort of non-human look rather than sort of tamping down the otherness. And there's a bunch of crystals that are hanging around the shop, and there's like rows upon rows of shelves behind her that look like very narrow, thin, deep shelves full of some sort of multifaceted boxes. Kind of to make a completely weird reference, if you think of like the wand shop from Harry Potter, how it has all those little boxes behind him, that's kind of what it looks like. It looks like I can't remember the guy's name, but the wand shop.
Ollivander.
That's Ollivander.
Yes, it looks like Ollivander's. What's it? The actor's John Hurt. I absolutely loved him as Ollivander. So that's what you see behind her, and Euronopos goes in, nods to her, and then sort of just like steps aside and lets you go up and talk to the woman. Welcome. Yes, I shall get you registered. Just one moment. And she digs around under the table, and you hear clinking, and then she pulls from the kind of uncut crystals on the wall behind her. She puts her hand into the crystal and pulls out a couple of thin shards of crystal that look perfectly cut and uniform after she pulls them out of the wall, and then sets them on the table before her. This will just take a moment. I don't need to know a lot of stuff about you, but I do need to know what to label these. And then she pulls up one of the crystals and then goes to point it at the first person to come up to her. So who's first?
Well, since I've done the talking, I'll go first.
Okay. So the crystal, she points it at you. She lets go of it. It hovers in the air for a second, and then you see the interior of this sort of white purple quartz crystal light up for a second and then fade, but not all the light fades away. And then she puts it on the table. It only takes her a couple of seconds to do this. And you've seen people do this process before. Normally it takes like several minutes. So she's very proficient at doing this quickly.
Okay.
And
That's
this is just
concerning.
This is taking our spell signature?
Spell signature, yeah.
Okay.
So she sets it down, pulls the next person, and then, when you say, she asks what you want to be called, and then she's going to kind of mark on the side with one of the little blades on her hand. She sort of etches into the soft crystal the name on the side of the spell signature.
That's cool.
All right.
So, pop, pop, pop. Does anyone give not their real name? Do you want me to write Jessica on the side of the spell signature? One of them.
Yes, please. Jessica
Okay.
Jones.
She doesn't have any problems. Doesn't seem to bat an eye as long as it is properly marked. And then she closes her eyes again and then opens it back up, and then you can see that detect magic type thing, and very quickly wash over you. And then she goes, She kind of like pauses for a second, looks over at Euronopos, and then looks back at you and says, if you are here on official business, I will, of course, destroy any samples that you would request. I did not realize we had an operative of the Imperium here. She very clearly glances down.
Finally, someone said it.
Okay, so I'm gonna take advantage of this. I'm gonna lean over and I'm going to say, okay. I really want to try not to lie here, but I want to kind of like twist the truth a little bit.
Morin has no
Um,
problem
and-
lying here.
Wait, I'm confused. It's me or it's Philly?
No, it's Baneslayer. It's
Philly.
Baneslayer.
Philly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's very
So
clearly
I'll lean
Philly.
forward and say, yes, and I'll glance at Filibuster. He would very much like this to be handled discreetly.
Of course, of course. She takes her hand and she washes it over the crystal that where she stored Filibuster's spell signature, and you see little like tiny fractures open up in the crystal. It will be done if the Imperium wishes this to not be seen. I saw nothing.
What'd she say?
If the Imperium wishes for nothing to be seen, I saw nothing. And you see,
Oh, I saw that.
it's like she preps the crystal to be shattered, but it's still intact.
Okay. I also want to just lean over and say, perhaps you could help us. We are looking for someone in particular. As you know, the lawlessness of this place must be purged, and I regret to say that he has done a lawless act that cannot be forgiven. Griffin would be better at saying this than I am, but has a deva by the name of Saul Fargaren passed through here?
So her eyes light up for a second. Yes. She reaches over, and you can see that she has a bunch of these little boxes that are behind her, and you can see that she's prepped one to put all your stuff in, to put in the wall, but she has one that's sort of set aside already, and she goes and opens it back up. I do not believe it is a coincidence that you are the second person to come in here asking for that signature. And she pulls one of the things out of the little container and sets it on the table next to her, or like on the table between you guys.
I'll pick it up and hand it to one. Who was the other?
There was a captain by the name of Crom who came here. He wished for confirmation that the signature he carried was the same as this. I gave him confirmation. I believe he meant to use it for official means.
Cool. I nod.
So you can compare really quickly the crystal that she has with the one that you have, one of many, and it is the same spell signature. Like it's definitely the same person.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know where he is now?
That is not something that we keep track of, but it is important to the Imperium to know. I can offer assistance.
She makes a little strange symbol with her hand and then very quickly hides it away.
Is she trying to signal us something? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, so she makes like a symbol, like she's cupping something in her hand and then puts up two fingers and then like curls the two fingers in and then puts the symbol away. Like she makes a hand sign that for her very clearly has some sort of meaning, but you guys don't know what it is that symbol means.
Oh shit. Okay. The dig might be up.
So the fact that we don't know, I'll say, not yet. He has many eyes and ears.
So she nods and says,
There are those who would believe the Shasek is outside of the Imperium and outside of the graces of the Imperium, of course. If you do not trust her forces, I would completely understand. But I have limited means to do things myself.
so basically, you said, do you know where this person is? She says, I don't know. I can try to figure it out for you, but I'm kind of limited in what I can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, looking at the map.
Looking at the map, the person is still within the Sundowns.
Can I show her the map and say, although we have this crude tool, perhaps this could assist you. Can you tell us where you think that this person might be based on the location?
So she glances down at the map and then looks straight into your eyes, like she's sort of very intentionally not looking at the map, and says, "My body is pure, of course. While those here would engage in such heresies, I would not, of course. I will not shed any doubts on an agent of the Imperium, but I am without sin."
Divination is a sin.
Yes, of course.
Um,
Can I say, I'll glance at Philly and say, we understand that this is outside of the laws. However, I am an outside contractor and I have been hired to do this thing as an alienist was not able to accompany. And I'll nod over at Philly. And can I cover the dot with my finger on the map and just say, can you tell me where this location may be in the Sundown?
Now, we'll make a point here of one of the things with Magic Map is that it's not going to be representative, right? If you did have a street map, it's not going to be able to pinpoint it. You would need
Okay.
a more accurate map to get a more accurate, here is where he is within a region.
So it won't even be like he's in the southeast corner. It'll just be he's in the Sundown.
Yeah, the only really
Okay.
designations that you get, the only things is like if he's about to change from one region to the next, then you get this sensation like, oh, it's no longer here, it's leaving or it's entering this new area. But within an area, you would need a more accurate map.
I see. And then I'd have to cast the spell again using the new map.
You would need to cast a spell again using the new map, correct?
Okay. So then can I ask, I am unfamiliar with this city. Are there places within Sundown that may be of interest?
Of course. And then she will kind of make a point of not looking at the map that you have in front of you and kind of continue looking sort of directly in your eyes, almost like making a point of ignoring seeing what's in front of her and say, there are many artisans and shipwrights, as well as the central bank is located here. There are also many locations for private deals, bars and clubs on the south side of the Sundowns that are very well accompanied for private dealings. And she can very quickly kind of give you a list of places, and more or less from her perspective, she considers her shop to be one of the important locations, the registry. And then there are a couple of bars and clubs that are in the center of the Sundowns. And then there's the Artisan Row, where there's a bunch of different people. And then she will specifically name the shipwrights and then talk about how they're the best around. If you have anything that needs doing or needs repairing on it. And then we'll say that they're basically at the very bottom of the Sundowns near the Leeward docks. And as well as the central bank is here.
And so where was she saying the secret dealings could happen? The bars?
Yeah, the bars.
Okay.
So I will say that
Is Aranopus how do you say that guy's name? Aranopus? Aranopus. Is he in the room?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Although he stopped sort of at the very entrance and is probably within earshot if you turn around and talk to him, but you get the impression that there was a talking barrier right at the edge of the table. You very strongly get the impression that he can't hear what you guys are saying around the table. Like you would need to step away from the table to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
Almost like there's an area of like him giving privacy to you guys being here, but he's watching.
Mm-hmm. Just as long as he didn't hear us say how excited we are for Law and Order and then just admit to breaking the law.
So she gives you a pretty good, hey, here's all the places of interest. If there is something in the Sundowns that you guys want to go to, or if you feel like, hey, we need to find X, Y, or Z, she seems like a pretty good person that kind of knows what's going on.
How long has it been? Like, how long do we have on the map left?
So what I'm doing is each of these things is in 15-minute increments. So we're kind of getting to the end of the 45-minute. You got about 15 minutes before the spell expires.
Okay. So we can't just go willy-nilly searching, and the map is not accurate enough to tell us where within Sundown he is.
Yes, unless you recast it, and then you have to overcome the whatever resistances that is stopping the divination from working on him.
Does she have a more accurate map of the Sundown?
If you request it, she will give you an accurate map of the Sundowns. Yes.
That would be useful. Let's get that. Even if we don't cast it, it's still useful to have.
So the DM does not have one, but she will give you a map of the Sundowns that shows you places. You can see that there's several sections of it that are sort of hashed off, like cross-hatched off, as uninhabited areas. And then the main part of the city in the middle is where everything is. And while on the map, Sundowns, I'll pull you back up to the map for a second. While Sundowns on the map kind of looks like a long, slender sideways piece, it's sort of the other way. I just didn't want to draw it weirdly. Like the populated parts of Sundowns basically is a corridor between Eye Tower and the Leeward Docks. So kind of flip the little marker on the map sideways, and that's more what it looks like.
Right. Okay.
I just didn't want to write Sundown sideways.
And we have no idea what this guy looks like.
You know he's a Deva, but other than that, no.
Yeah. Did Deva have like distinct physical characteristics? Aren't they just eternal souls inhabiting mortal bodies?
They have glowing golden eyes. That's
Right.
usually the tell.
Are we afraid that one of the bars in here is where the Star Shadow is, and that's where he's going?
Yeah. Yes.
You should be afraid of that. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the Sundowns is on that sort of arc on the map.
Mm-hmm.
So I will say that you guys probably have enough time, given the accurate map that you guys have, to pick one of those locations to be able to go and search, or if you have another activity you want to do. You've got basically one sort of city narrative move action left before the spell expires.
What are the locations again?
I'm going to type them out real quick. Brain. So those are the 5 things that she sort of lists as like, these are, from her perspective, what you are most likely to need to know stuff about.
Mm-hmm.
And we're at the registry?
What's sorry?
Are we at the registry?
You're currently at the registry, yes.
Okay.
So,
And Shadowgate is the gate leading to the tower?
Shadowgate? Huh?
Oh, I misread it, sorry.
I was like, that sounds way more terrifying.
There is a place called Shadowgate, but it's not one of the ones she lists, which is why I thought I'd written it. So yeah, if she's talking about stuff, Shadowgate is the name of the bridge that leads from Sundowns to the Leeward Docks.
Right. Okay.
So I kind of feel like one thing we could do is connect back with one of the remaining star shadows and see if they know this guy.
Can we do that?
We can connect with one.
It's been. Mm.
I don't remember if you can do it again after it triggers. I'm trying to read up real quick.
Yeah, so it lasts 1 day until discharge, and for the ritual's duration, I'm able to determine the presence. And then if they're within range, I can connect to their mind.
Yeah, the discharge is the thing that happens when it triggers, right? So when someone comes in range, it discharge. That's what it means. Is it activates. So the
That's
ritual
not what
is.
it says. It says for the ritual's duration, you're able to determine the presence. I
How
think I
long
just
is the
have it all
duration?
day. 1 day.
Because I'm curious when it says discharged. I think if it
discharge
doesn't mean,
yeah.
if it doesn't mean the hey, we activated, we saw some stuff, I don't know what else it could be referring to.
Well, discharge is like dropped. Like if I just didn't want to know, I guess.
Yeah, but there's no like mechanism in the edition for doing that. I think discharge means like it triggers. I mean, since you have 2 unused, I'm not going to be against you using it now, but it is going to take a little bit of time.
Once you have asked all of the questions allowed by the ritual ends.
Yeah, that's the discharge thing.
Okay. So then we could not have even asked all the questions. Well, but then it says.
Yeah, you could ask all the questions you did beforehand, but I think it's when it triggers, you can then ask all your questions.
It probably. I don't. I would say that like it's unlikely that if it was intended for you to be able to like pause, spend an hour doing something, and then ask questions again, it probably would have mentioned that you could do that.
Yeah, for now, I'm going to make the ruling that you need to ask the questions when the ritual triggers,
Okay.
and then once that trigger is finished, once you've stopped spending healing surges to kind of keep it going, then the totemic leak ritual is fully discharged and doesn't function until you cast it again.
Okay.
I'm betting that he's going to the Star Shadows, and I don't want to go there, but what I'm hoping is that if we roll really good, we might be able to get to him before he gets there, and then leave really quickly before he can alert them. But it's a big gamble. It's gambling that's where he's going, and it's gambling that we can get there faster.
So I might have missed it when I stepped away, but how much time are we set? I know you said we could go to one thing, but like, are we putting?
It's about 15 minutes.
Okay.
I'm trying to look up my notes real quick because she would actually mention things specifically. So these are the 2 bars that she would talk about that are in this region.
Do either of them have a metal table?
If you ask, she would say none of them are high class enough to have tables that are non-metal.
Mm-hmm.
You
guys have seen basically nothing made of wood since you've been in this
right.
area.
This isn't space, right?
Yeah.
Like Tantarus is just like a space station, essentially.
Saloon, give me a break.
Space Saloon.
Are the star shadows at the Stellar Saloon?
Oh, that would be so on the nose.
They have to be, right? Oh
They have to
god.
be.
They have to be. The irony. I mean, do you think that like the shadows of like dead stars would understand irony? I don't know, guys. We've got options, but that one I think is probably our narratively it's our best bet.
I mean, I think we should. Are both of the bars near each other?
Yeah, they're pretty close to one another.
So
You
I would
could
say
go
we.
So we could just
reasonably-
go to bars.
Yeah.
You could quite reasonably go to both of them. They're more or less across the street from each other.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think we should do that, but I don't think we should go in. Maybe we only
No.
send in like Morin.
But you're connected to Shadow Mantle, and like Drock is connected to Clotho, and Philly is like super giga powerful. Like,
Well, Bane. That's true.
Um,
Baneslayer probably will start going nuts, right?
yeah, exactly. So like, I think the only like one, you and I are the only people not directly connected to incredibly powerful artifacts or beings.
But now that I have
That like the
perspective-
Star Shadows have a reason to, yeah, because you've been in their mind, that might like trigger them as well. So I feel like if anyone's gonna go in, it's probably me, because I have the least ties to the least to the.
Yeah, you just worship Saint Typhon, right?
Yeah, we should thank you. You're one of their devotees. Devotees.
Why don't you go in and start saying a ritualist prayer and see if everybody joins in?
A ritualist prayer.
Like a prayer from Saint Typhon.
Yeah.
I will say that in character, you guys are aware that Saint Tython is a very Sulban religion. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it is not a very widespread religion. It's very centralized on the world.
Right.
Okay.
But Leviathan.
So,
well
does
known.
anyone object to going to these bars and attempting to find this guy before he can get inside? Does anyone think it's a bad idea, or does anyone think it's a? I mean, everyone thinks it's a bad idea. Does anyone think it's the best idea we have?
I think it's worth trying. I think it's worth being very careful as we approach and making sure that we're looking at Baneslayer
Mm-hmm.
as we go.
All right, so heading to the bars. Aranopos will kind of, as you guys step away from Absok at the counter, kind of makes himself more obvious to the others, like to Absok, like kind of stepping and being like, "Is everything all right?" Absok will nod to him, and then he will open the door and kind of allow you guys to come outside and walk with you. And kind of as you guys are going, you get the impression that, I mean, you need to go the same direction that he's going to get to the bars. You need to go effectively south. If we're saying, oh wait, if we're saying north is up on the map from earlier, you guys are going the same direction, although he's probably going to stop at the guard station. And as he's walking along, you can kind of tell that, he seems content with, hey, there's a job done, but there's also sort of a tension of like he's constantly looking around. And as you guys kind of approach the guard station, he says, "I wish you all the best on your trip, whatever it is you're here to do. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I can tell Absok was a little worried about something. If you have information that the Shasak or the guards should know about recent events, I understand you may have your own dealings in business, but we need to keep order here. And if there's anything that you can do that might help us in that task, this would be a better place for it." You can tell there's sort of a little bit of, like, he knows that there's something going on and he's kind of fishing for information. He's not super subtle about it.
I feel like it would be unfair not to tell them that there's like, not necessarily tell them about the Star Shadows, but like not at least warn them that there might be some like a large degree of danger to the city.
What do you want to say to him?
I don't know if we want to draw attention to ourselves.
Mm.
To be clear about the situation here, right? Like he's sort of pausing you guys as you're walking past the guard station. He's pretty clearly gonna like break off from you guys and go into the guard station. And before he leaves, he's kind of being like, "Hey, if there's anything that we should know, I'd appreciate you letting us know." Because he can sort of tell that when you guys did stuff with Absoc, that it wasn't just a normal, "Hey, here's our information and leave."
Mm. What do the Star Shadows look like when we fought them on Sin the Second?
They're very distinctive. They look like sort of cut out black outlines with like starry shapes inside of them.
Right.
As was previously mentioned, they probably don't look like that here because they would stick out.
Mhm.
Just so what I would say with the party's approval, I'll run it by you guys first, is just that if you see dark outlines of the shapes of stars, flee.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't want to be ominous at all so that this guy is thinking about it after
Yeah.
we've left.
I feel like that draws a lot of attention to us, and it opens the door for
Yeah,
a lot of
fair enough.
questions.
We're just gonna let these guys be blindsided
I mean, I think
by
they
5
probably.
Star Shadows.
I think they would run away, but I think it would be too late either way. Like, if we're not going to say evacuate the city now, then it's just.
Yeah. Are we the baddies?
You have to say something to him, even if it's just like, "Oh, there's nothing to worry about."
I would just say we're here to investigate, and if we find anything concrete, we will inform them.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Is that what Drock says?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Okay. Give me either diplomacy or bluff, depending on whether you're actually planning on telling the guards.
I mean, I'd tell them if we thought it would be beneficial, but, you know.
I'm asking you to choose what you think is more likely. Are you trying to be deceptive or are you trying to be honest? And then roll the appropriate skill check.
I'm trying to be honest. It's just not as good of a check.
It all worked out.
You're also not trying to be honest.
Yeah.
So he kind of nods, and then he kind of takes a deep breath. And you can see there's sort of like he kind of like takes a weight off, right? Like he relaxes for a second, and then he shakes his head and says, "Well, I would appreciate it. Things are turning out, I think, for the better, but it's been a very difficult few seals. A very difficult few seals." And then he goes and turns away and walks into the guardhouse.
What do we think he means by that?
Whatever's going on with things being sealed in the underground, right?
Crackdown? Yeah, okay.
Maybe something came out of there or something.
So you guys head down. It's a pretty short, like 5-minute walk to get from the registry to where the two bars are, and they are basically literally on the opposite sides of the street from one another. You can tell that there was at some point a building between the two bars, but it is long since been sort of either destroyed or taken down, and there is a newer sort of stage that's there instead. Kind of looks like an outdoor amphitheater has built up in the middle between these two establishments. And the two establishments themselves look pretty radically different from one another. One of them has a sort of circle around the top that kind of looks like it's mirrored after what the city looks like. So it's got like an outer ring and then an inner ring. And you can see from the outside, there is this platform with all of these small metal tables that are sort of elevated from the rest where you can see things out. So kind of imagine like a penthouse sort of skylight thing. And this dome that's over top of the Stellar Saloon is gives you the impression that like it amplifies things, so you can see that the details are here. So maybe the top of the building is almost like telescopic to see a much further distance, and there's a lot of like blue and greenish lights that are sort of you can see from the outside. And ZG, which is on the opposite side, has this very sort of industrial mechanical look to it, and it looks like the cargo hold of a large ship. It's very blocky, and you can see that it's had other pieces sort of built onto it, and bits and pieces that look like they are from these other ships that are kind of tacked onto the outside of it. And you can feel this sense of a hum of energy coming from ZG that you don't feel from the Stellar Saloon on the opposite side. Would you guys pick one or the other to go to first, or are you guys going to kind of break apart and go like half and half, or what's the plan? Are you picking a destination one over the other?
Gary offering to split the party?
Well, I'm saying like split the party as in like, you know, you can see the front doors of both places from the middle. So if you guys were just planning to like go and look inside, then you could be together but be on opposite sides of the street. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But if you're going to be going into one of the places and like looking around more specifically, you're probably going to want to pick one or the other. Does that make more sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And we didn't see any Deva on the way here.
You've not. Basically, everyone here, like 80+% of the population here is Bladeling, and there's a small smattering of other races, but almost everybody you see is Bladeling.
Map update.
Map is useless. We don't. So Baneslayer is not doing anything.
Baneslayer isn't triggering at either location yet.
I would say Philly to get close to both without going in to see.
Philly, is that what you're doing? Because you've got Baneslayer, so
repeat the.
I think
idea?
you should get close to the front of each without going in, and I think the rest of us should stay.
I don't think that's how that works.
Why not?
I just don't think that's how that works.
You don't think? Well, Baneslayer glows when it's near aberrant stuff, doesn't it?
Aberrant things glow in Philly's eyes when Baneslayer.
Yeah, it's not like a sting situation. It's like a go fight kill situation.
So you could peek in the
windows.
windows.
Could we have you poke your head into each one?
This feels like a Curb Your Enthusiasm skit or something. I feel like
I really just want you to die, like.
Yeah, I mean, what's the plan?
Why doesn't someone not me or Drock walk in and identify a table with 5 static-looking individuals?
So,
I'll do it. Fuck it.
Which one are you going to, Griffle?
I'm gonna try the star themed one. What was that called? The
Stellar Saloon.
Stellar Saloon. Yep. I'm gonna do that one.
So open the door, and inside of Stellar's, there's a bunch of relatively small tables. The biggest table that you can see could fit 4 people, but would probably more comfortably fit 3. And all the other ones look like, if I say club tables, you know what I mean? Like they're really tall and they're very small, and they're kind of designed for standing at for short periods of time. Nothing here looks like it's designed to be like you sit down and have a meal at. And even sort of the one table that you can see that's up at the center point of the sort of focus of that lens above you, that looks like you might be able to sit down for a little bit longer. It's sort of on its own little platform. Doesn't look like someplace that'd be comfortable to sit for a long period of time. And you can see that there is sitting at that table a Genasi, and then there's 2 Githyanki that are with him. That the Genasi kind of like looks down and sort of notices you enter into the thing, and smiles and kind of waves over your direction and sort of gestures towards the rest of the room, like giving a generic sort of, hey, welcome to the place. And as you walk in, an Air Genasi woman kind of floats up next to you and says, "Oh, welcome to Stellar's. We have whatever you need if you're here for a good time." And you can hear this sort of faint thrumming of music on the opposite side of the platform from the door. She gives you sort of a bright, empty smile.
Like that meme of like being face down and like that anime music plays in the background. You hear this club music in the background.
What?
No?
I do not know this meme.
I'll find an example of this.
Fuck. I'm finally out of the
Okay.
cultural zeitgeist.
Yeah, glad to be.
Hearing that description, I'm not sure I want to be in it. So, but yeah, so it has this kind of club atmosphere. You know, the obviously like waitress or hostess or something comes up to you as soon as you enter, and it's just sort of welcome. What do you need?
See if she has any bigger tables.
You have a table for seating 5.
Do you have any private dining rooms?
So she kind of keeps that smile on and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Privacy is something that is maintained only for our registered and honored guests. If you are looking to buy into the club, then there are," and she sort of gestures, and you see she's gesturing towards that central platform that everything's on. You get the sensation she's gesturing towards something in the middle or under there. There are private arrangements, but those can be quite expensive. Is there something that you desire specifically that you would need privacy for?
I don't like this.
Griffle knows about the birds and the bees, but just doesn't care. And so, like, all of this is just going over my head. And I'm like, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the information. I don't think what I'm looking for is here. If you'll excuse me. Apologies for trespassing on your hospitality.
And so she does give a very formal looking bow and says, "Oh, I'm sure you'll be back one of these days. Everyone needs something after all." And then she kind of floats away from you, back into the sort of haze of the back of the building.
Creepy.
Do you guys head across the street to the other one, or is someone else wanting to do something here?
I feel like maybe send Griffle into the other one.
Yeah, all right. I'll go.
Head back across the street. ZG's is completely different, especially on the inside than the other one. Inside of the other one, it has this sort of, again, like a club atmosphere. Like it's not during prime time hours, but it has this sort of strange oscillating lights in the background with this air, like a little bit of smoke in the air. This feeling like it's meant to be a place with like loud music and loud lights and all that sort of stuff. The ZG place looks very different. On the inside, there is a narrow band where you can see a bunch of people have set aside like shoes and coats and things like that in these little cubbies. And then after you get about 10 feet in, you can see the edge of this aura. And all around the interior, there are these little capsule-like bubbles that are tables that have this very curved shape to them, almost kind of like a metal mushroom that's slowly spinning and gives you this very psychedelic feel that there's about 20 different tables that are floating in the middle of this space. And each one of them has their own little personal gravity area. And of the 20 tables that are there, like 6 of them have people at them. Each of the tables look like they're decently sized. One of them looks like it's big enough to fit like 20 or 30 people at. That's floating near the very center of the room. Kind of looks like this kind of conference table look to it. And each one has their own little bubble of light. And there is this sensation of there being like, even if it doesn't look like there's a lot of space between them, you get the impression that each one of those little bubbles has its own sort of privacy attached to it. Like anything that happens in those bubbles sort of stays in those bubbles. And you can even see that 2 of the 6 bubbles that are probably occupied are very hazy. Like they've got, like you're looking through, what's it called? Not fogged glass, but you know what I'm trying to say, like a
Frosted.
Yeah.
frosted. Yeah, it looks like you're looking through frosted glass on 2 of them, where you can tell that there's someone in there, but you can't really get any of the details. And as you kind of step in, there is a guy who's standing on the wall just inside of the main part of the room, but he's standing not like perpendicular to the wall, not perpendicular to the floor. And he steps down off of the wall onto the floor, and you hear this clink of a heavy boot. And it is a Githyanki man, and he goes, "Welcome to Ziji's. Looking for some fun, drinks, contacts, whatever you need, we can supply it." And then he takes a deep breath in and smiles and goes, "I see you've already tried the saloon. This place is a little bit more above board than them."
Above board? How do you mean?
We have privacy for our clients, of course. But if the guards come here knocking, they're going to see everything that we do and nothing that we don't. At other places, you'll find other things, but here's where you find good, honest work and good, honest people.
Okay.
Back across the street. I'm kidding.
So there's nothing that's clearly like a door to a private area or like.
The only private area stuff that you can see is those little bubbles. The ones, there are 4 of them that are non-frosted. So like you can see there's people sitting at tables, and there's 2 of them that are frosted. Those look like they're relatively private, but nothing that's like, you know, at the salon saloon, it looked like there was very clearly areas that were not for the public. That ZG's doesn't look like that. It looks like everywhere is mostly something you can see from the front door. You can even
Okay.
see at the very back wall, there is what looks to be like a kitchen area, and you can see like things being openly cooked. Like it's an open kitchen. You can see all the way to the back, and you can see the cooks preparing stuff.
Okay, so I will just nod and I'll say, glad to hear it. I like an honest sort. Have you? I'm looking for an associate of mine, a Deva. You can't miss him. Big glowing eyes. Where have you seen him?
He says, we haven't had many devas down here. Not many of the bright eyes will make their ways to the sundowns.
He thinks for a second and says,
There was one here about a half a band ago, but it's been a minute. Do you have more information? A name, a description?
and then you can see he looks a little uncomfortable. Like this is not sort of what he's expecting. Like he's not against answering questions, but he wasn't really expecting to be questioned when he came to greet you.
Yeah. Do I know what a band is?
Yes, it's a unit of time.
Do I know how much it is when compared with a seal?
How do I link this? There we go. I will put it in the prosperity thing because this is probably something that I should make a handout. But there's a link to the explanations of like how long things are because they don't use days out here. So a half a band is like 2 or 3 days.
Oh, okay. Okay, so he's looking uncomfortable, but he wants to know more information. So he's open to being questioned further. He just seems uncomfortable about it. Is that the impression I'm getting?
Yeah, it's like this isn't really his job. Like he's asked you what you want, and then was sort of expecting you to get like a table or like hey, table for.
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah.
And then you're asking him some questions.
Okay. I do not think that if you have not. Well, he said. No, I'm trying not to lie. Sorry, my bluff is terrible. Griffel does actually like stumble over words a little bit while I'm putting a sentence together, and I'm like, I think if you have not seen him recently, then it's unlikely that he is here. Unfortunately, I must find him. I cannot stay, but thank you for your hospitality and your clean and honest establishment. Many kudos to you, and I hand him an appropriate amount of money for a tip.
Yeah, so you hand him a couple coins. He looks at the coins and then kind of like looks around for a second, like he's expecting someone to be watching him. And then he takes the coins and he hands them back to you and says, "The mistress pays me fairly well. I will give you what information I have without any of that. I have not seen a Deva in a while." And then you see he's kind of like he's looking you up and down and noticing that this guy is think like a host or hostess at a restaurant. You come in and you're wearing like weapons and armor and you look like an adventurer, right? So he's looking at you being like, I don't want any trouble. I don't know what's going on, but I don't want any part of this.
Yeah.
He hands you the coins back and says,
Okay. My deepest apologies. I meant no offense. I'm simply searching for my associate. Nothing more. No trouble from me.
He nods and says, Are you one of the mercenaries? I don't mean to pry, but and he kind of like again looks really uncomfortable and kind of looks around like someone's watching him, and he's just like trying to check to see if someone's watching him. But if you're one of them, we could use a little help.
I lean in and I'm like, you seem an honest fellow. What help could I render?
The mistress has been in one of the spheres for longer than she normally would be. I expect that some of the people who would normally escape are pressuring her for payments. And he kind of like shuffles that like foot to foot. And he's like, but I don't want to cause extra trouble. I just want there not to be trouble for the mistress.
When he says the spheres, does he mean like the floating spheres at like the dining tables?
Yeah, like he glances over his shoulder to one of those 2 frosted spheres, like one of the 2 that you can't see through.
Oh, so like the owner of this place has gone in there and he feels like she's being harassed.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't just want to. If okay, how many are their party?
I think they brought with them 6, but I was in the back when she went to go and meet them. I did not take their orders. The one that took their orders
6.
went into the mistress and has not come back out yet.
There were 5 star shadows, right?
There were 5 star shadows, yes.
And he thinks there was 6, but he's not sure.
Yeah, he thinks that there were 6 of them. He thinks that there is a person, and that person brought 6 people with him. So a total of 7 are talking with the mistress right now. But he's not certain because he was in the back. And the hostess that greeted them is in the frosted sphere, and it's not come out yet either.
So 7 plus hostess plus owner.
Correct. So there's 9 people total in the sphere.
Okay, so could be 5-star shadow plus Garen plus someone else.
Garen would have just gotten there.
If this is where he went.
Right.
If this isn't just some like... Okay, so telepathically, I want to say...
God, what if one of them is the blacksmith's father? Gary's like, I'm gonna fucking force this onto them.
We just left that kid an orphan, and Gary wants us to feel the implications of that.
Better
It's
than
turned to
killing the
evil.
kid.
We could have put him on our ship like we do everyone else who's in trouble. Don't forget we have Argol and Imdrig still on the ship. It's this random blind dude, like drunk blind dude and his kid from Hardhome.
For clarity's sake, he is neither blind nor drunk any longer.
Well, yeah, true. Okay. I want a telepathic link to the party, and I want to say, I'm not certain. I may have found them. I can't see, and there are more than anticipated. If he's here, then he's already reached the Star Shadows, and it would be dangerous for us to intervene. But we won't know until we check. What do you think we should do? We could just go back to the ship and go meet with the treasure hunter.
Because like I need to know what Griffel says to this guy. He says, "I don't know if you're one of those mercenary types, but I'm worried about the mistress. She's gone into these tables and hasn't come back out yet."
Mm-hmm. Can Griffel ask if there's any way to drop whatever effect is around these tables?
Oh yeah. Is there not some way that you could see into this sphere?
The privacy screens are activated from inside the sphere. The mistress knows how to drop it from outside, but I'm sorry, I do not. And then he kind of like shifts.
How long has she been in there?
Half a seal, maybe longer.
So like half an hour, 45 minutes.
So then the guy did just get there, maybe.
Yeah. I think this is our guy. What do you guys say? I'll hold up my hand and I'll say, give me but a moment. I need to think. And then I will ask the party, do you think it would be a good idea if I go alone to see? Because well, okay, so here's my theory, right? My theory is that these Star Shadows don't really like register us. Like they're too important to have registered like individual mortals. So I'm banking on the fact that they won't recognize me as a person. And because I'm not connected to anything that's particularly powerful or against them, like Clotho or like other powers that like they would like twig to immediately. And I'm not carrying a dickhead weapon. That I might be able to get away with kind of going in there, vibe checking it, and then leaving again.
You think they're gonna let you leave?
They didn't let the host leave.
Yeah, but I can still like I could like if I get into trouble, I can call you guys and get you to come in.
So I guess that's the question: is
Do we want to risk
Do
a
we want to
fight,
fight?
or do we
Do
want
we-
to run away?
yes.
We came all this way.
I like fighting.
I
What
like
could go
fighting
wrong?
too.
Star Shadows, though.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, it could be nothing, right? Like Gary's pulled this trick on us before, where it's like, oh, it's probably the thing, and then it's like completely not the thing. So
Mhm.
like, I could go in there, and it's a bunch of like idiots like roughing this lady up, and then we get to be heroes, and then maybe he helps us with more information. Or I go in there, it's the Star Shadows, I get my ass handed to me, and then you guys come in and save the day.
How far is the guard station?
It's like a 5-7 minute walk. It's like several blocks away.
Oh, okay.
We could can hang on. You can precast like rituals, right?
You can.
Okay. Is this could you use like Wizard's Escape or Spectral Steeds, or like could you like get something ready for us to book it out of there if we need to?
Possibly,
Wizard's Escape, no.
but
Okay.
But so what's the thing is, this guy is saying, there's something going on. He's looking very uncomfortable. I don't really know what's up. I'm just sort of worried.
Ooh,
Are
ooh,
you one of
ooh,
the
ooh.
mercenaries? And you told him to hold on, and now he's sort of like sitting here uncomfortably. Like, what is Griffle going to do? Is Griffle going to?
Yeah, I know.
I have an idea. Can I use Wizard Sight? I choose a square within 20 squares of me, even a square I can't see and don't have line of effect to.
You can do that, yeah.
I want to look in there. Can I look in there, you guys?
Yeah.
It's gonna take 10 minutes to cast it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll say to him, I'll lean in close and I'll say, we have a way to help you, but you must trust me. It will take us a moment of time. And I'll say the 10-minute duration in seals, whatever that is, like.
Yeah, it's going to take a tick, basically.
Yeah.
Wait, okay.
It will take us. Yeah.
So because we have the crystal balls too,
Mm-hmm.
and that is just a standard action.
Does that let you see beyond your like line of effect and stuff, though?
It says by peering into the crystal ball, you get a glimpse of a creature, object, or location within 100 squares of you.
You would be able to use this for that, yes. It does create a
Oh.
self-scaring sensor that's similar to the other ones.
But it's
Okay.
faster, right? It's immediate.
It is faster, yeah.
basically.
It is faster, but you can only use it once a day.
Yeah. I think this is a good time to use it.
Yeah, that seems relevant. Okay, so I won't say like give us 10 minutes. I'll just say like give me
second.
but a moment. Yeah.
So
And I will and give me but a moment, and we will see about helping your lady.
So, Mini, you use your orb. It opens up a little detector, and I think they have a chance to see it, right?
Yeah. Let's see.
So you need to make me an Arcana check, and then I see whether they can.
Yes. Okay, here I go.
I need this guy's perception.
What did you make? That smells amazing.
Okay.
She made an Arcana check.
Make dinner.
So I'm not going to make a check for this guy's perception. No one who's in the orb has the capacity to see through your scrying.
Okay, great.
So the sensor opens up and you can see very quickly comes into sight. There's a pretty big table. Looks like there could be like 15 people that could sit at this table, and it's anchored into this little planetoid, right? So it's kind of like you've got like a miniature planet with a big table sort of sitting out of it. And there is a little bit of space to stand on the other side of the planetoid that's not around the table, but it's sort of floating in
yeah.
space. And you very quickly can see that there are, the guy was right, there's 7 people in here. And 6 of them look like street toughs, right? They look like they've got like cudgels on one side. They look like rough and tumble sorts, leather armor, kind of a patchwork of different stuff. And then there is a guy that looks like he has sort of heavier, like scale armor. But again, all of them have this sort of like rough and tumble, like piecemeal look to them. They don't look like they're and uniforms are very well put together. And there is the guy that's in the heavier armor is holding down a woman by her neck on the table. And you can see that there's a couple spots on the table where like knives have been stuck into the table. And the woman has these like long, shallow cuts on her arms. And the guy is talking to another woman, a Githzerai woman that's seated in a chair on the opposite side of the table, and is sort of, growling in a voice and speaking in. I think you have deep speech, so he's speaking in deep speech. I don't remember what form of deep speech you have.
I have it as comprehend languages.
Okay, so you don't know what he's saying, but you recognize that he's growling something in deep speech to the woman at the end of the table. It is very easy to see kind of what's going on here. This kind of leader of the street toughs is roughing up the hostess and is trying to get something out of the person who looks like she's fairly well put together. Again, kind of looks like a wealthy merchant, probably the owner of the establishment.
Okay.
Do any look like Deva?
No, none of them are Deva.
Okay, so first of all, terrible, but Dark Shadows in disguise still, like, it's still plausible that it's them.
I say we help. Probably not the Star Shadows, and then she owes us a favor, right?
Actually, that's a thought. We might be able to, like, if it's just like random street toughs, we might be able to, like, get a favor and get her, like, if the owner owes us, she might actually be able to help us, like, search the Sundown Quarter more effectively, like, or she might know. So I don't know. It could serve our purposes and not necessarily be a huge waste of time to help her out.
Don't use summer power, Drock.
Oh, right. Yeah, good point.
So what's the plan? You see, there's obvious this, it looks almost like a stereotype of a shakedown happening here.
Can I just, like, so since when I was communing with the Star Shadows, I saw a lot of like what they saw. Does this look like what I saw there?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Then yeah, I would say we help.
And there's also the one thing that would be different, right, is that when you were perceiving the Star Shadow stuff, there was this sense of like the atmosphere of being in a bar, of like hearing people talking in the distance and like the clink of glasses and things like that. You wouldn't get that in this place because ZG is all these little bubbles that are sort of disconnected from one another. There isn't a lot of background noise.
But we wouldn't get that in the Stellar Saloon either, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it didn't seem
You
like
might get
either
in
of
on the
those.
far side where like the dance floor is.
Okay. So I'll turn to him and I'll say, do not be alarmed. My companions will come. We will sort this out. And I'll call the party in.
But do we have a way to get in there since he doesn't know how to drop it and the hostess?
Well, he doesn't know how to drop the filter, but he can give you boots that'll take you over to there. So he can give you these little attachments to get into the bubble. That's not hard. He just can't drop the privacy screen.
I see. Okay.
So, is the whole group going? Is like one or two of you guys going? What's the plan?
I will go.
Yeah, I think we should all
I'd say
go.
all go. Yeah, be a show of force. Try not to even fight. Just see if we can get them to leave.
So, you guys get the little attachments from the doorman, from the host, and go into the sort of 0G space in the middle of the bar, and then you sort of latch onto and sort of gravitate towards one of the orbs that's frosted. You pass through and land on the opposite side of the little table, and there's a moment of sort of disorientation where down is changes, and sort of you get reoriented to being in this little area. And as the five of you guys pop through the outside of the bubble and land, you can see the others at the table. They kind of stand, draw weapons. Kind of everyone has this moment of what the hell is going on? And the only person that doesn't seem to react is the Githzerai, the woman that's sitting at the end of the table. And she kind of looks over towards you and then gives a faint smile. And the guy that's holding the woman down looks over towards all of you and goes, "This is not the place you need to be. You need to find someplace else to fucking be." You see the woman that he's holding down sort of craning her neck to try to look at whoever just came into the bubble.
I will go over and I will hit him and I'll just be like, this is exactly where I need to be.
So you go over to walk over towards them, and a couple of the guys come at you. And what we'll do is very rapidly, as soon as there starts to be some sort of physical altercation, it becomes obvious that nobody here can hold a candle to even one of you guys. So these guys are heroic level street toughs. Even the leader, he's not that hard to challenge. And they are going to get absolutely trounced by even one of you guys deciding that you need to take them out. So yeah, Griffle basically walks through this group of street toughs and bats the dude off.
Feels good to be a big fish.
After the initial couple guys jumping at you and it being completely ineffective, you see the rest of them sort of trying to weigh their options of whether they think it's they're going to get in more trouble if they don't fight, or if they should try anyways. There's that hesitation of not sure exactly what they should do.
I'll speak up very loudly and say, "We have business with the hostess. You need to leave now," and try and just bluff them into leaving.
Do it. So a couple of the guys that are around you just immediately touch their boots and sort of revert and kind of have their feet pick them up and take them out of the little bubble and into the zero gravity, and are just yeah, no, we're not. No, we're done. Just immediately. The one dude who's sort of recovering from having his bell rung kind of looks up for a second, and then he sees all of his men sort of leaving or stepping back. And he sort of says, slurred, I don't pay you to. And kind of grabs hold of the side of his head and looks up at Griffle. If you think you can muscle in my territory, And then he goes and lunges at Griffle with a knife.
Can I cast
crash.
Dishearten?
Yeah, you can. So he goes, and then his whole body just sort of slumps to the ground as one of Minnie's psionic force just blasts into the ground. And you see he completely forgets what he was trying to do. As I'm going to say that you're going to be able to reduce him to 0. I'm assuming you do so non-lethally.
I want him to feel really bad about himself and his life choices.
So he like sort of lays down for a second, and then you see him kind of like shaking side to side. Oh fuck!
Call
Y'all the ones
your
that did
mom,
it.
bud.
You see him like turning his head to look where one of Minnie is, but he won't like look directly at you. I didn't know you're the ones. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. And then he just starts crying.
Perfect.
You fucked him up.
He didn't know we were the ones.
Yeah, that's what he says.
Hmm.
He says like, I didn't know you were the ones who, and then he like takes like a little shuddering breath and then starts and says, I didn't mean it, and starts crying.
Fuck.
Someone's got to ask him what he means.
Is he in a fit state to answer us?
I mean, he's sort of blubbering, but you know, Drock, if you want to walk up to him and try to get information out of him, you can.
Sure, yeah, I'll walk over, I'll just pick him up, shake him a little bit, and say, Snap 2, answer my questions. Which ones do you refer to?
I can feel it. This is what it felt like down there. I didn't know the underground was yours. I didn't know.
Oh.
The underground.
Mm.
Wait, he said this is what it felt like down there.
Yeah,
Is that what he said?
yeah.
What is what it felt like down there?
Being hit with dishearten.
Being hit with a
Psionic.
target, yeah. He got hit with a target,
Oh.
and that seems to be him going, oh, I didn't know that you guys were the ones in the underground, that down there it feels
Oh,
like this is what that power is.
So there's like psionic stuff happening in the underground at the moment, and he's been picked out. Is what that's my guess.
Mm-hmm.
How many are actually left here in the bubble?
After you kick this guy's ass, the rest of them immediately left. Like they were just, nope.
Can I just, like, reach out of the bubble and drop him outside?
You can like touch the little thing on his boots, and it'll send him out.
Oh, perfect.
You saw the other people use the boots to get out of the bubble. If you wanted to, you could do it for him.
Yeah, we'll do that and get rid of him.
Yeah, seems good. And then yeah, I'll go over to the chick who got cut on, and do like a bit of healing, I guess. Help her out a wee bit.
Do you use like healing word, or is this like heal check style healing?
Nah, like a heal check. Yeah, like
Okay.
I've only got one healing word. I'm not wasting it on this. Like,
I mean, it is very unlikely that you're going to need to do that before you take a rest, right? Like rest is only 5 minutes. Pretty unlikely you're going to have a fight in 5 minutes. If you wanted to use it, I'm not going to say that that's like a. The DM is saying it is not a risk here, but it is a choice. I'm curious about is if you use some sort of magic to heal her, or if you're just binding her wounds.
I think I'm used to using magic to heal people now. I think if conserving it is not an issue, then I think I would extend that to her. Yeah, I think I would healing word.
So you go to cast healing word, and then everyone around sees this like golden halo of light appear around Griffle for a second, and then the healing word happens, and just all of her wounds just vanish. And the girl like sits up and kind of takes the sort of tattered pieces of her clothes. It doesn't look like she was being assaulted in that way, but rather just like they cut on her without regard of where her clothes were, and sort of like holds it to her, and then just like stares at you in awe. You guys have not seen. That's not what Griffle's magic normally looks like. She doesn't normally have like a golden halo when she heals somebody.
Yeah, that's weird. That's new.
Welcome to the church, baby.
I
Do you,
threw it,
do you
so
sign the legally binding bank documents?
well, it's a little bit unresolved because I threw away my holy symbol. And then I didn't really like pick up anything like any other like religion or belief.
Yep.
I just learned to believe in myself.
So she kind of clutches herself, and then the Githzerai woman at the far end of the table speaks up for the first time and then says, I had heard there were mercenaries working for the Imperium. I did not expect to see them make such an appearance here. Please, have a seat. You have earned it.
Who are you?
Are you asking the woman not talking?
Yeah.
She nods from her seat and says, my name is Gulain. I am officially registered. You can see my signature anywhere in the city. And I am the owner of this establishment. You have done...
Oh, sorry. No, I wouldn't say that aggressively. I thought she was like the head of the band of ruffians.
No, this is pretty clearly the owner of the bar.
Okay, so then I would ask the same question, but less aggressively.
So the head of the band of the ruffians is the one that got disheartened and then yeeted out of the bubble.
Okay. I got confused.
It's all good.
Yeah, like I would sit.
I had heard many great things. The Shasek says that she wants law and order, but I did not believe she had the ability to do so quickly. It is good to see that people are here to help those who need it. If there is anything you need from here, please. I am at your service.
There is something we need, and time is of the essence, if you please.
Of course.
So, hold on, before we continue, because I just want to make sure I'm not missing something in character versus out, brain foggy. So the girl that was being cut on, is she just like a waitress or just some rando?
She was the hostess. So the guy that you met said the hostess seated this group of people, and then the mistress went in there to talk to them, and neither one of those people came out, and none of the people that got seated came out. And so you basically walked in there, kind of told the ruffians to fuck off, and then beat up and then disheartened their leader, and then yeeted him out of the bubble, and are now at the table with the hostess, who's been recently healed and is looking at Griffle like she's a walking god, and the Rai, who is obviously the mistress, the owner of the bar, who's then asking, hey, you're helping me. What is it you need? So in the bubble now,
I feel like it does us no harm to just tell her who we're looking for and why. Or maybe not why, but like...
So,
Sure.
Say, whoever wants to talk can talk. Say what you want to say.
I guess that's me still.
Go ahead.
I feel like I've been doing way too much talking this time. Oh well. We are looking for a Deva. He goes by the name of Solfa Garen, but we're not certain that that is his name.
I am familiar with this man. He came here not too far long ago. What is it you have for him? Has he done something that would get the gods' attention, or is this a more personal matter?
It is... Oh, thank you. It is a personal matter. I cannot tell you the details, only that we must find him, and time is of the essence. We know he is in the city. In fact, we know he is in Sundown. Are you able to help us?
I know of many things and have much contact with those all over the city. I was not aware that he has returned. Not too long ago, he made a business arrangement here that would make him leave the city. My understanding is that he hired a ship for a certain purpose. I do not know if it is further within the cause or further closer to normal space, but it has been several days since he has been here. If he has returned, he has not yet returned to this establishment, and I have not seen the captain he dealt with.
Does he have a place of residence in the Sundowns?
I do not believe he is from here. I am under the impression that he is someone from the inner worlds. I think he is from the Imperium proper, but there was a unquietness to him, something that I could sense that showed his aura was in flux. Something was changed about him. I do not know if he was under some sort of effect or guise, or if he had things to defend himself from others seeing what he was, but his aura was strange. I believe it would be difficult for me to find him through normal means, or through means that would be seen as less acceptable for members of the Imperium.
We are aware of the use of such means. If he is not a local, do you know of anywhere that he may seek out, a place he liked to do business, or somewhere he had associates?
I can give you everything I know about him, although it is my understanding he is a recent person to the city. I can track his whereabouts and speak to those in the know. And then she kind of pauses for a second and says, Rita, dear, go and get Gorin to collect those outside. And then she kind of like touches the hostess and shakes her for a second. That gets the hostess to stop just like not glaring, but staring wide-eyed at Griffle, and shakes her for a second, and then gets her to go and leave. I do not know if you are on some sort of commission, but Gorin will collect the miscreants from the void and make sure that they meet the gods. Is there someone whose name I should give for credit, or were they just in the wrong place at the wrong time?
The main guard that was asking us if we were after something specific, do we know his name, and does he know our names?
Yes, he does know our names.
Aranopus?
That's Aaron, right?
Or...
Yeah,
Aranopus,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so then I'm not sure. Drock would just say, tell Aranopus that it was, and then I'd give probably, what was it, Jessica's name?
Yeah.
Jessica Jones.
Jessica Jones.
Yeah, tell Aranopus it was
Superhero.
Jessica.
Vigilante superhero.
She nods her head and says, I will, of course, make sure you have proper credit. We do not wish to be involved in some of the changes of the guard. And Aranopos is a well-known site around these parts. So she says, hey, that's fine. I'll make sure that he knows that it was you guys. You can tell that she thinks that there's some sort of like business arrangement associated there.
Yeah, and I just want, I figure it's, if he knows it's us, then he'll just kind of like let it slide and not investigate, because we're being honest and keeping him in the loop.
Right. We use diplomacy, not bluff.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
So she says, I can speak to some of my contacts and see exactly how he entered the city, but it is my understanding he was not here for very long. Maybe a band? No more?
Can I ask, we have interest in seeking out the underground. We know that these portals have been sealed recently, but perhaps one who knows this area as well as you may know where we might attempt to enter?
There are many ways below ground. It depends on exactly what you are looking for. If you have a ship and it is yours, the most appropriate way for people to enter is through the breach. But if you look for other channels, there are many channels, some illicit and some not. I know of quite a few ways into the underground, if there is something specific you are looking for.
Well, we have heard that the underground has recently been sealed, and it seems that these street toughs were fleeing that area or perhaps hold up in that area, and so we would like to investigate further.
Ah, I can say with some pride that very few of my regulars are ones that have been turned away by the magics that is happening in the underground. There is something down there that is pushing away those that have ill intent, those that would look back upon their lives and see black marks. Those people are turned away. Many of the frequenters of the Stellar Saloon, they are not so lucky. Many of their regulars have been spending much of their time above ground, away from the undergrounds. But the people who are here, very few of them have been turned away. Although the process of going below ground is uncomfortable for some of them, those that have a good heart are able to make it through.
I see. And do you know what those street toughs wanted with your hostess?
You're talking to the.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty clear that they were more or less roughing up the hostess in front of the owner to make a point. Not sure exactly what that point was, but
well, I guess yes. That's what I'm like. What did they want here, basically? Why were they doing this?
Their business dealings, I believe, have taken a hit, as people know that they have the ability to say no when they ask for protection money. I think instead of asking all of the different shops here for protection money, they instead were trying to focus their efforts, demanding a much higher price from me than I wished to pay. I regret that Rita was caught in the crossfire, but there are business dealings that can be sometimes harsh out here.
I'll ask the group, not her. Should we ask if she knows how one would safely teleport off of a ship back to the city?
should you? That's the question.
Yeah.
Is someone going to ask?
Yeah, okay. Drock will ask. I forget the guy's name, but I'll mention him by name and say, if he were to have to retreat to the city, is there a safe way to teleport?
Teleporting over long distances is dangerous at the best of times. There is currently a rumor of a corridor of safety leading from here to the edge of known space. If that is true, one could teleport along a corridor, but who knows how long it will stay open, and whether all of the pieces will be in place when you try to do it. I do not believe there is a way to safely teleport anywhere within the cause, but if the rumors of the opening of the corridor are true, you could potentially teleport along the corridor and have minimal damage to ship and person.
So basically, she doesn't know. There's sort of kind of something, but it's all secondhand information for her.
Hmm.
Do we know what the seal will look like? And could we ask her about that?
I think we don't.
You do know, like you'll be able to magically tell if it is the right thing, but you don't physically know what it looks like. So she's willing to answer whatever questions you have. You guys just saved her from getting a shakedown. But you all do have to ask questions or move along. The spell for locating Saul has ended by this point.
Right. Figures. Did we get any indication that he'd left Sundown before it ended?
No, you did not.
Okay. So presumably he's still here.
Correct.
And sorry, refresh my memory. She said that it would be difficult for her to look for him through traditional means, right?
So she said she'd have to look through him through traditional means. She thinks that through non-traditional means, aka using spells, that she thinks that there's something about him that'll make that very difficult.
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
that
yeah.
he has like an anti-divination.
Would you be willing to aid us in searching for him through the city? Perhaps some people in your employ or in your debt, favors you could call. The more eyes, the better.
Of course. I know what he looks like and can spread that information around that people are looking for him. It would make it easier for me if I knew why you were looking for him, although if you do not wish to share, I understand.
We do not wish him to know that we are seeking for him. Do your people know discretion?
Of course, discretion is important for eyes and ears. Those that are not discreet are often blotted out or cut off.
What do you reckon, gang? Should we tell her? We could tell her a version of the story that he double crossed us.
I don't feel like we have to give more information.
Yeah.
If I am to find something and wish to give you information, do you have a contact within the city or a way that I can contact you? I have some small smattering of ritual magics that I have access to. If you are planning to stay nearby, I could do a sending if it is your wish for the communications to be kept quite discreet.
Yeah. I'll give her my spell signature so she can send to me.
Okay, so she sort of takes notice of the spell signature. You can see her sort of like basically doing like half a casting to herself to make sure that something will work.
Very well. If I find information about the location of Salthar Garen or his dealings within the city, I will send them your way. Is there more tangible thanks that you require, or is this information about the person and me giving your names to the captain of the guards enough?
I think that's plenty of thanks for us.
She sort of leans forward a little bit and says,
Of course, I am not trying to pry if you wish to keep it secret, but I have heard rumors that the captain is here as one last measure before he heads into the Steel Mire. Are you going to be among those clearing out the streets in the Mayas? It is going to be likely dangerous and bloody business. I think people of your stature would be well regarded in the dealings there.
She's talking about the Steelmire.
yeah, a different section of the city.
We had not yet been contacted for this, but if we were interested, who should we talk to?
If you are interested in joining in, I believe just speaking with Aronopos. He is the captain of the guards, after all. He is waiting to see exactly what will be happening here before he moves on to there. I think this might be a sign. She sort of gestures towards the top of the frosted glass where the guy got thrown out. Might be a sign that maybe he needs another day here to make sure that everything is perfectly clean before he moves on to the most dangerous section of the city. Or he may see this as a sign that the last bits of problems are being rooted out.
So you guys have anything else for Ghislaine, for the mistress of the house?
I don't think so.
Do we want? Because this seems like a private area, and she'd probably give us time in here alone. Do we want to try casting another divination on a more accurate map? Would that help?
We could do that. I'm looking at my rituals. I was thinking I also could do, I have detect treasure, and it says when you finish performing the ritual, you can command the rod that's the focus to detect only valuables within certain categories, including art objects, maps, ritual components, and so on. So, Gary, would that work with a glyph for a map? A glyph to go on a map?
I think it would kind of be like ancient artifact would be the category. So it'd take you to the closest like artifact. And artifact being like not like your all's weapons and stuff, but like the like historical thing, right? Like very old ancient thing version of the
Yeah.
word artifact.
So it says it points you towards the most valuable concentration of wealth. So it'd be like
Mhm.
it would take us to the most valuable concentration of artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now it is like that spell is relatively limited. Like 100 squares is only 500 feet.
Right. So we'd have to
and
be near.
and the city is really big. So
Right. Okay. Yeah, I just noticed that that it doesn't have to just be money. Yeah, I could also try to do magic map again with this guy, but what are you guys thinking?
So it seems like something is going to go down in the morning with the underground.
Mm-hmm. It seems like so she said some people are being repelled with like their worst fears or their worst regrets. Some people who are pure of heart just go in fine. So there's some sort of magical effect down there that might be psionic. So
and she
that,
says that as a point of pride that it seems like her patrons are less affected than the people from across the way.
yeah, like that they don't have as many regrets.
So where to from here? Like if you
So I-
guys want to cast the ritual again, I will say that it's probably going to be the last like casting of something like this that you're going to get for a little while, because I know I sort of hand wave away a lot of the money, but you are expending some resource in order to get the spell cast.
Mhm.
So I
I
guess my
think,
question is, are we wanting to be here in the morning when that goes down?
well, I feel like we'd want to continue to do more exploring and stuff before we just decided to hang. And I feel like that would probably change what we're doing.
So that we know that we have to find this artifact, this symbol for the map
Hmm.
to leave.
Yes.
And I guess the question is, do we want to do that and try to leave before whatever is going to happen tomorrow happens? Or are we not concerned about being here when it happens?
I think it's a good distraction for us to leave, if anything.
I think, I mean, we have no real lead on where this artifact is. So,
Except for the
chasing,
treasure hunter.
except for the treasure hunter guy. But chasing this guy did not help. It's kind of petered out. I guess we could keep following this thread. It seems like we're going to need to go to the underground, though. Like, just by the amount of funkiness that's happening. But I don't know.
Can you find that artifact with that ritual?
Well, like Gary was saying, it's a kind of an unspecific and a close range ritual. So it'll point out like the nearest cache of treasure of the type that I designate with a good roll, with the best
1,000
roll
feet.
within 500 feet, I think, or
It's 1,000 feet for the best roll.
yeah, 1,000 feet. Yeah, 200 squares.
But the most likely result is 500 feet. Again, it's not a it's not me saying no, it won't work.
Right.
I'm just making
but
sure that
it's-
you're aware that the scale of things in the city is such that you kind of already have to be close for detect treasure to give you like a real answer.
How
Right,
long does
and
it
even if-
last?
It just it does
It's
it.
infinite.
Yeah, it just does. It just points. And then there's really no guarantee that what it's pointing at is the thing you want. It's just pointing at the most valuable.
Oh, and if there's nothing in range, you're pretty much toast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, or even, I mean, whatever it points at, it could like take us to +2 sword or something,
What if we consulted mystic sages? Asked them where it was.
Consult Oracle.
You
The
cast- I don't
ritual is
think you can
consult
cast Oracle,
mystic
can you?
sages.
I can because I'm a divination master.
All right. I mean, Consult Oracle is sort of the big gun. So
I know.
and you get one of those a day.
It might be worth it to try and we really just need to get this thing and get out. The only reason we came here in the first place, I don't know about you guys, but I don't really care about what all else is happening in the city.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we really just need to. Yeah.
I also don't, and I don't really know what our plan is if we find where the Star Shadow are.
No, we really need to avoid the Star Shadows. And this guy, I mean, finding him could potentially have been good, but I don't think it's worth doing like a major detour, I guess, at this point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless the glyph, I guess the thing I'm thinking is like the glyph could be being held by the Imperium, and this guy seems to be connected to the Imperium. And so maybe.
Well, it's more just that my hope was that he might lead us to either to the thing or to someone who does know the thing, where the thing is, or he might we might be able to intercept him before he gets to where he's going if we had rolled good on our little skill challenge.
Yeah.
And the DM will let you mechanically know that if you guys had rolled a little bit better, you would have caught up to him.
Right.
But that's okay. Yeah. I think maybe we leave it. We leave with this lady the idea that if she does, she can put her eyes and ears out. If she does find him in the next day or so, then give us a sending, and we'll see if we're in a position to be able to go pursue that avenue. But other than that, we should just.
So
I don't know. Consult Oracle seems like a good idea at the moment.
Yeah. So if we do consult Oracle, we will get at least 2 questions because my religion is 13. We might get 3 or 4.
And a couple of us could assist, right?
That's true too, yeah. Have to phrase the question so the oracle can answer it with a single word or brief phrase.
And also from the perspective
where is the glyph that will release grandmother? Will nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where is the glyph that we need for the map to go to the next location? That is a reasonable question you could ask.
How does it say how specific the answer will be?
It is. So it is specific, but it can't predict anything.
Right.
Will things go well for us if we go to this place? Then it can't tell you that. It can't predict anything. It just gives you knowledge that exists as long as it's known to at least one creature.
I feel like asking it where that is and where the Star Shadows are and how close they are in relation to one another is a great set of questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agree.
And where's the dude we're after?
If we get 4.
Yeah. Okay. Who wants to help?
I'll help.
I mean,
Do you have to be trained in
I
religion?
think I auto
Well,
help.
You have to be
I'll-
either trained in religion or a ritual caster. So
I am neither.
One
I
or the
am
other.
both. Let me rephrase. I will
Quiet.
try to help.
Try to help.
I won't.
I think
though.
I auto help.
You need 16 to assist. So
No.
that is -1, and
anti-help.
then the auto help is so you're at a total +1 at the moment.
Okay. Can anyone else help?
I think that's it.
Okay.
Morin just needed to not roll a 1.
Yep.
And yet he did. All right, so I'm at a +1. Okay, here we go. Hey.
33. So that's
feeling very
4
religious.
questions. What is your first question? So are you casting this here with the
No, we're sending her away, and we're in our cone of silence.
Okay. So you're asking her to leave, give you the table so you guys can do some stuff.
Yeah, she
Yes.
doesn't need to get washed in the rain of blood that's about to occur. That's just
Well,
for us.
Wait,
Then
why
the
would there
second
be a
question
rain
would
of blood?
Are you going to specifically invoke a specific spirit? Because normally the Consult Oracle is a generic knowledge spirit. You can invoke a particular spirit
Mm.
if you choose,
I didn't
but
know
you don't
that.
have to.
Yeah. Like, what choices are there?
So you have to, if you use a name of a specific spirit, you have to know that name, and it
Mhm.
gives you better answers as long as that thing knows it. So it'll give you more detailed answers than a general oracular spirit. Or you can send it out generally. You'll get less detailed answers, but the likelihood that you're going to get an I don't know is much lower. If that makes sense.
Mm.
Like if you invoke a specific spirit, you get detailed answers of what that spirit knows. And if they are a target of Consult Oracle, they probably know a whole bunch of stuff. However, if you don't target a specific spirit, any spirit that knows the answer can answer you. So you ask the universe will answer, but it'll be
Yeah.
simpler answers.
So I feel like we should go unspecific for this because we just want to make sure somebody knows where something is physically located, right? Party.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think so.
We'll go unspecific.
Okay. So you get this sense of again, when you cast the spell, there is this sense of like pushing aside cobwebs, that there is some sort of like minor distortion. It's not enough to actually stop you from casting the ritual. It doesn't seem like it has a negative impact on the ritual you're casting,
Mhm.
but it is noticeable. Like divination magic here feels awkward.
Yeah.
And then the ritual completes, and you get this sort of glimmering outline of a indistinct figure in front of you, almost like a mirage, like a heat wave in front of you.
Mhm.
You can tell the spirit is there.
Spirit, hello, thank you for coming. Where is the glyph for the phylactery map located here in Tantarus?
The glyph located within the bounds of Tantarus is located within the second vault aboard the Eye of the Imperium.
I fucking knew it.
That's one question.
Yep.
We're at the Star Shadows.
Can you say it one more time? Second vault.
Second vault aboard the Eye of the Imperium.
Okay. Where are the star shadows located in Tantarus?
Within vessels that hide themselves from all sight, including our own.
Ah.
Do we want to ask about the guy then, as a way to get into the
Yeah,
eye?
if we can't ask where they are with relation to each other. I don't see any reason why we should waste a question.
You got 3. You got 4, right? And you got
Yeah.
2.
I have
We
two more.
we could
Yeah.
also ask what the Imperium is planning for tomorrow in the underground.
Can't predict anything.
But it's not predictive.
But somebody knows what it's. Yeah.
No, somebody knows what their plan is.
Right.
All right. So
Yeah.
Or, something else. But
well, I'm thinking about we could ask like how to get into the eye, but is that kind of too planny?
I mean, it would probably tell you the typical way to get into the eye,
Yeah.
but that's
Okay.
also you're doing a top shelf ritual and asking a question that most people in the city would probably know the answer to.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Um yeah, I like Morin's question. So what is the Imperium planning to happen in the underground?
The Imperium does not plan to do anything but take advantage of the situation provided by the underground. There is only one that knows what is happening truly below the surface.
Ah.
What is happening truly below the surface?
Is that what you want? Is that your last question?
Wait, but hang on. It said there is only one who truly knows.
Hmm. Yeah.
If this knowledge spirit is not that person,
No,
then it will just say, I don't know.
No, the knowledge spirit can answer anything that at least one person knows.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So basically, what the knowledge period is saying is a lot of people think they know what's going on. One person actually knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And when you ask, and is by implication, that person is not the Imperium.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. If I had asked what is actually going on, then yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So do we want to know what's going on or who knows it?
Yeah.
I think we want to know what's actually going on.
Yeah.
What else could we possibly
Agreed.
ask this? We know where the glyph is. Something crazy's going down. I think we want to know about that.
Is Baneslayer going to kill
Yeah.
Filibuster?
That's a problem for like I can't tell about future plans. Okay.
Does
Let's-
Baneslayer want to kill Filibuster?
Yes. We know that. All right, what is actually going on in the underground?
Creatures who are ashamed of their past actions are unable to pass the ward protecting the smith from completing his task far below ground. The knowledge spirit.
What?
Okay.
That is my question. What?
It is the
Blacksmith.
fucking
It's
blacksmith.
the fucking blacksmith.
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Creatures who are ashamed of their past are prevented from passing the words that protect the smith while he completes his work.
Mhm.
Correct.
Man.
Who the fuck is the smith?
Could it be Bedfear? Or
No, he didn't have any like imagery or attachment to smithing, I don't think. He was more about destroying things than making them, I think.
Why would he want to keep out people who are ashamed of their past? Like, why is that the...
yeah,
That's a very specific
because that's most
and it's
people.
psionic as well, or presumably
It
it's
is
psionic because of the guy said. All right. Well,
Well, that was helpful.
I mean, we got the information that we actually wanted,
yeah,
and then
Yeah.
that
got
was
two
incredibly
free
helpful. What are you
questions.
talking about?
No, I'm kidding. The Smith is not a thing that we know.
Since I've been in
Yes.
the campaign, nothing regarding a smith has been important.
Okay. Other than that missing blacksmith.
Yeah. I said important one.
Also, the the way that I do consult oracles and these sorts of like oracular spirits is because they are sort of disembodied things looking from the outside in.
Mm.
There's not a lot of like it's really sterile. You don't get
Yeah.
a lot of opinions about stuff. It's just
Hmm.
this is what we see.
Brief, cryptic answers.
Less problematic than some of the other ones, but is also the second most powerful like divination style spell.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm
What is the most
very-
powerful one?
Lore Master's Bargain. That's the top dog, but that's like extremely difficult to cast.
That's where you just get to have
Right.
a friend who is a god and is happy to tell you anything you want to know.
Yeah, pretty much.
Could Al Shaib be an oracle for Consult Oracle?
Yes, but you also know that there are some strong limitations to the stuff that he can say and do.
Right. But he's of that caliber.
He's of that category. Yes, he has a thing that could be possibly used if you wanted to do that at some point.
Interesting. Do we have a way to get in touch with him?
So
I think that like the reason we came here, so I would be keen to check out the underground, but I think our priority has to be getting the map.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone disagree?
No, but
I do.
Hmm.
I do
Go
not
ahead.
disagree, but I was gonna see if maybe the mistress of the bar knows who the smith is.
Yeah, I was going to say we could try to consult non-magical people to fill in some gaps.
So she left, and while you guys are doing stuff, you know, there was some stuff that you can see happening outside of your little sphere, and there is a very big, muscular, but also very heavily bladed bladeling that's sort of the bouncer for the bar that collected the ruffians, and the guards came and picked them up while you guys were doing the consult oracle.
Cool.
So she's at the bar, kind of near the entrance to the kitchens when you guys come out, if you want to talk to her.
So I'll thank her for the use of the room, and ask if she's aware of who the smith in the underground is.
I have not heard of a smith in the underground. Those that have gone there and come back have not spoken of much things. But there was discussion of hearing ringing. If there was a smith in the underground, perhaps that is the ring of a hammer that they heard.
Seems that much of the city is built around smithing. There's the crucible and the steel mire. What is Tantarus known for creating or making?
That is a question, I believe, with two answers. The first would be that this is a place that is used for forging hopes. A lot of people who have enough money to go on a great adventure, but not enough sense to know that this place is the last stop before the graveyard of those that have great ambitions. There are many here that seek wealth and fame and fortune out in the cause. Many here that stay here are the ones that survive those trips. But this place, if it is to be made a legitimate place instead of one that is a den of piracy, will be a great mining place. There are great mineral wealths far below the surface. There is a specific metal. She goes up to the counter and then runs her hand along the metal. This here, we are known for it. It could be of great value if we can find easy ways to send it from here back to the inner worlds. It is difficult to find there, but below the surface here, it is found aplenty. If that can be made profitable, then this place will become legitimate. I believe the Shasek wishes this to be so. She takes a deep breath in and says, "This mine, I guess, and the processing of this metal would be what this place would be for in idyllic times. But historically, I believe it was for something else. This place was designed in the ancient times to be a way station, a place for repairs of great ships. According to the oldest texts, there were world ships able to dock here and come for repair, but none have been seen since the time of the ancients." So when she runs her hand along the bar looks like it's made out of like slightly shiny solid steel, but
Mhm.
she makes a note that this is somehow special.
You guys, I just had a thought. If the smith is trying to repair a world ship down there, then maybe it is a world ship that makes people feel sad regrets.
Is there a world ship missing that we know of?
Don't know.
Well, it's only people that are ashamed of their past are deterred.
Hmm. But like the world ships have an aura
Hmm.
that like amplifies a feeling. Like faith amplifies like a feeling of like, you know, trust and camaraderie. And so there are 11 world ships. There are some that we haven't seen. So we know.
There's 11 to a fleet. I think Clotho said there were 11 fleets of 11 ships.
Yes, but they're okay. So the world ships that we know about are Endeavor, Prosperity, Sanctuary, Stratum, Grace, Haven, Faith. Then there's also Concordance and Nexus, which we have not seen, and I don't think we know like where those are. But they're not
Griffel's been to Concordance.
okay. Is Nexus on Sulban?
I thought it was a Genasi city.
It is, yes. It's a Genasi city that's far to the west. It's on the
Okay.
western edge of the inner sea.
So that's 9. Those are 9 world ships that we know the names of.
And they're all on Solban.
Yeah.
And then the Imperium has 11 ships.
Yep.
So that's
Named for the sins.
potentially fleet number 2.
Right. But yeah. So if this were some sort of ship that was like regret, you know,
Hmm. Um,
I'm looking at the Imperium fleet names.
yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Sins.
doing.
Like there's Dishonor. Sin the third is Dishonor.
Hmm.
And Sin the sixth is Arrogance. The righteous know the scope of their worth and fulfill their role within it without reaching above to pretend that they're more than they're not.
Did we get a sense of any kind of aura when we were on Sin the Second, or uh, wasn't there a second world ship nearby, or second Imperium ship nearby?
No.
I think we've only been on Sin the second. Like we've only been
Yeah.
near Sin the second. But yeah, did we feel like divination? I mean, yeah,
So,
sorry.
so divination was under attack when we were
Right.
on it, right?
Yes. Yes.
And I thought there was another ship coming to help it,
Yes, there was.
but it wasn't there when we were there.
Correct. It was
Okay.
it was coming, and when you guys got trapped by Nariv, she was basically like, "I'm going to hold you here until the other
they
ship
get
gets."
there. Oh, because that's the one where the Exarch was.
Yes,
Which ship was that?
Sanctity.
Okay.
The first one.
Yeah. So did we get like a feeling of divination, or I don't even know what that aura would be?
You didn't feel anything like what you get from the ships on Sulban when you were aboard Sin the Second.
So maybe he's trying to repair a sin to actually be able to generate that aura.
Maybe.
the smith.
Mm-hmm. But like Gary has said that it feels like it's hard to do divination here. So if Sin the Second divination, if it's like it repels divination.
To be clear, it doesn't
Mhm.
feel like it's difficult to do divination here, but it feels like something around you sort of reacts to divination magic.
Yeah. Well, but still, I mean, that could be Sin the Second. But so the owner of the bar said that we could just fly our ship under the city, and that's the easiest way to get to the underground.
Yeah, she said there's the breach, which is to the, again, if we're going to treat up as north on this map, to the west of the city,
That's
there
where
is
we
a,
were, right?
yes,
That's where
you
we
guys
docked.
are docked at breach docks. So it's called the breach docks because there is a big hole in the side of the asteroid in that direction, and you can just fly down below the surface if you wanted to.
So maybe we just fly down below the surface. If we want to see what's up, I guess the other thing we could do is just go to the eye. But if the Imperium is trying to restore a world ship in some way, that's got to be bad news.
So you guys are you guys have quite a bit of information. You've lost the immediate trail
Yeah,
that you were on.
I feel like I really know what's going on.
I didn't
I
say that at
feel
all.
like I
I
have a
think
lot of information. You have a lot of information. None of it makes sense, but you do have it.
Well, I imagine that getting onto the eye and getting our hands on a glyph is going to be exceedingly stupidly difficult.
Hmm.
And the
Yeah,
question-
but we came all this way, so we got to give it a try.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if like
the question becomes, now that you know which vault that it is in,
Hmm.
are you going to try to go and get it out of that vault directly, or is this going to be a, talk to someone and try to get it? Like, is this are we planning a heist, or are you guys going to go bargain with somebody to get the thing you need?
Well, I feel like if we talk to anybody, they're going to try to confiscate Baneslayer again.
What was their whole reason for wanting Baneslayer? Just it was the power that they want to possess?
It's a powerful religious artifact, and they're the ones who keep powerful religious artifacts.
They perceive it as a powerful religious artifact.
Mm-hmm.
And
it isn't necessarily
like their property.
Very clearly, just a moment ago when you guys were talking to Upsuck, like she, at least on some level, recognized the power that came from Baneslayer and just sort of assumed that you were agents of the Imperium because you have that thing on you, which is not the first time that's happened.
Right.
Where did you get Baneslayer?
It was a gift from a big angel.
From?
A man that he killed.
From Slagthuriel.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys have gone in, you've seen a little bit of what's happening in the city. You're now at a decision point of what to do. Or if you guys don't have an immediate answer of what to do, if someone could toss out a list of the options for discussion, that would also be helpful for me.
So the options would be like go back to the ship and fly to the underground.
Mm-hmm.
Go back to the ship and wait for the treasure hunter and try and plan some kind of heist. Or rock up to the Eye of the Imperium and try and negotiate with them. Which I think is a bad idea, by the way.
We could also walk to the underground.
I mean, we have a ship. If it's easy enough to fly and there's a world ship, maybe we fly down and start shooting at it. I mean,
I would feel a lot safer on the ship.
just say.
I don't know. I think I'm leaning to 3.
Same.
It's not what we're supposed to be doing. But I'm intrigued.
We'll put it this way, like our primary objective is to get the thing. Do we think that anything could happen in the underground that would prevent us from doing that? Like
Shooting
if we
a world ship.
I think the answer I think the answer is yes. Like if we cause a big like ruckus,
Yeah.
like they might completely lock down their security. They might like, there's potential negative impacts to.
But I do think we need to check out what's going on before we leave.
Yeah.
I'll go with Philly though.
I can support a heist.
Love a
An
heist.
eye
Oh, she's
heist.
spinning.
Yeah. Do heist music.
If the overall goal is we're gonna plan a heist to get this thing that we need from the vault, are you guys still gonna meet with the treasure hunter or the information
Yeah.
broker?
100%.
Yeah, for sure.
I already have like a whole plan. All
All
right.
right.
Here's
Take it
what
away,
we do.
Tony.
For the record, if we do the heist thing, I'm going to use the heist subsystem that I have, and it would be fun to use it if that's the way you guys go.
I mean,
All right.
I'm keen.
What I want to know more about that, regardless of the decision.
Basically, the way that it works is rather than so rather than you guys planning a heist, instead the heist happens, and then when you guys get to a problem, you then figure out how you plan for it in advance. So if you think of like in heist movies, they're going when they get to the relevant part, it kind of rewinds.
Yeah.
That's how the heist system works.
Do you have like an example? Like heist?
Like in movies when they're explaining the plan before, like explaining the plan as you see them do it.
They're
Correct.
retconning the plan.
Yeah. So it's not, you don't have in heist movies, they don't all sit down around a table and then they explain in graphic detail the plan and then go forward. Most of the time, what they do is they start doing the plan. And then when a hitch comes up, they rewind to their planning stage and talk about how they planned for this problem. And then they keep going forward. Right. It sounds more complicated than it is. Basically,
No. I was trying to make a joke about how I haven't seen any movies, but
But instead, you got a
everybody
detailed
was already in
explanation.
heist planning mode. So
all right. So, yeah. When you guys get out of the bubble, you're talking to. Actually, this probably would have happened right as you got out of the bubble, but rather than sort of retconning, I'll just do it now. You do get a ascending from Hatterai.
Oh, what's he say? The guy's there?
The meeting has been arranged for you. It is at this address.
And then he gives you a designation, like a long number designation. Usually like a 12-digit number.
Okay. Does that mean anything to me?
Nope.
Can I ask the hostess or owner where that is?
You give her the address and she says, "Of course, it is not far." She
it's
gestures.
across the street.
Not across the street.
It's
like
here
a
in this bubble.
So she says that it's in the Artisan Quarter, which is a couple blocks away, and she tells you basically how to read the signs of how to get there. So you guys are a couple blocks away from the shop.
All right. Morin, follow you.
Follow me?
Yeah. Didn't you have a plan for talking to this guy?
To what?
The artifact guy. He's here. A few
Okay.
blocks away. Didn't you want to talk to him?
Wasn't
Didn't you?
this the guy that Crom was like, I'll set up a meeting with you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I had anything to do
Yeah.
with that.
I know, but didn't you just said I have a whole plan of what I want to talk to him about.
No, I have a whole plan of how we're gonna do the heist.
Okay.
And then I cut to a montage.
All right, so talking to this guy is
I don't
not
understand
on
why
our
this
list
is.
How is this so hard for us to comprehend?
Why was
I
the
don't know.
montage not clear?
So is
All
From what I
right.
understood, we were talking to this guy to figure out where we could get the glyph from.
I know we were, but he's a treasure hunter. Maybe he knows something. Can I? Would I be able to get his spell signature so I could say sending to him?
The sending to you does not have that information.
But I get a response, right?
You can send a response, yeah, if you want to send it to Hatterai.
Can I send a response and say, I think we're going to put the meeting on hold. Can you either give me his spell signature or let him know?
Wait, why are we putting it on hold?
Because we have to do the montage.
But that'll be after.
So do we think that this guy, well, Crom is going to be there, right?
Yes, potentially.
So we probably need to get Crom anyway, because his crew is going to help us with this heist.
Oh,
Did,
well then.
oh, did you even watch the montage?
No.
And maybe if he's a treasure hunter, he knows something about the vaults.
That's what I said, and you said you had no interest in talking to this guy.
No, I was confused. I thought you were wanting to talk to this guy for some other reason.
No.
The Joneses live on, bro.
Oh my god. For whatever reason, you'd still say, I want to talk to this guy. All right, let's go to the address.
I'd pay $100 to hear Filibuster say "Yes, my lord" again in that voice.
That was beautiful.
$100, you say? Hold on, I'll have a timestamp for you, and you can Venmo me.
So,
the fresh one.
So you guys have the address. You can head on down to the shop. It's on Artisan Row. And it has a bunch of stuff on the outside that looks like it's plastered on, right? Like fake frescoes on the outside that show sort of just strange symbols. Some of them are in like little short writings in different languages. You can recognize that one of them shows like something very clearly in Vampiric, but the thing, it looks pretty, but it doesn't mean anything. It's just gibberish. There's a bunch of like stuff on the outside that's definitely decorations of different cultures. Just all of it's sort of mashed together rather than put together with any sort of like cohesiveness. The interior of the shop does look quite a bit different than everywhere else that you've been here. There is sort of this kind of industrial metal aesthetic to everything around. But inside of the shop, it feels like a place that could be on Sulban. You can see that there are bookshelves, and some of them have wood-ish looking things. Like you can sort of tell that it's like metal that's been magicked to look like wood instead of being actually wood. Because that's probably cheaper than getting actual wood here. But on those shelves are row upon row of books. And you guys have not seen any books since you've been in the city. And the area is fairly tightly packed. And the interior of the shop is basically one kind of like bookstore looking thing with a big table. And then there's a sort of a back end of the shop that looks sort of like a house, right? Like there's a small house that's on the back of the shop that looks like it's been separated between the two things with like a little curtain. And as you go in, you see there is a satyr that's sitting at the table that has glasses on, that looks up with a book in front of them, and then sitting at the chair next to them is a hamadryad, someone that looks a lot like the same species that Rinky is, although her features look a little bit more more directly human than Renki did. And as you come in, the satyr pushes up his glasses and stands up. Welcome to my shop. I recognize the signature. You were supposed to meet with me. I did not expect you to be here so soon. But please, sit down. I am under the impression that you are looking for something of great value. I am Masibu. I can find you whatever you need. Please, sit. He gestures to several chairs around that big table that's in the middle of the room.
I'll take a seat. Masibu, we are looking for something quite particular. We have learned that it is kept by the eye. We are not sure if you will be able to assist us.
A great many artifacts have been claimed by the Eye over the year, some for dubious means and others because they wish to make sure that if you have to deal with ancient things, you must deal with the Eye. If you can tell me what you are looking for, I might be able to confirm if it is there or if it is elsewhere.
We are quite certain that it is there. Do you guys party, TP? Do you think that I should tell him what it is?
Do we know what it is? Other than it just being a glyph?
Well, I'm just saying, like, should we even tell him it's a glyph?
Nah.
I think we're more interested in how we get it than
Yeah.
if he knows what it is.
Okay. Do we know, okay, here's one little counter thought that just occurred to me. Because we really just need to know the shape of it. So, because we just need to put it on the map. Like if he had a drawing of it or something, that could be the end of
That's
this.
true. That's true. Or if he knows if we could view things without having to take it, like it's a museum.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's true too. Yeah. Okay. Um, the object that we seek is an ancient glyph. We simply hope to view it. So perhaps if the Imperium allows visitors to view ancient relics from the city, that would be enough. Or if perhaps you have a record of artifacts that have been taken, that would fulfill our purposes.
Kiki.
And he gestures towards the woman, who then stands up, and he gestures for her to go back there, and he switches to Elvin speaking to her. Go back and look for these shelves. I need this one, and this one. And he says the names of several books, and then turns back to you and switches back into common. I have several books of different ancient things, many of which have been picked up by the vaults. But the Shasek does not have much power here. At least she didn't until a little while ago. And one thing that we can always do is arrange a meeting with her or her representatives and the deals that can be made for finding of treasures deeper within the cause. You must understand that she knows the value of the things in her vaults and uses that as currency for some of those who come out here. If you wish to merely look at it or have a record of it, it is a much smaller ask than taking something from the vaults. It might be within the easiest method and most interests of all parties to simply arrange a meeting with the Shasek for her to show you what you need.
Yes, we will consider this. On another note, Crom has said that you are one who is familiar with the history of the city. Are you familiar with one who's called the Smith?
He gets a big grin on his face and says, "There have been many that have claimed to be the Smith, but there are many Smiths in the city in truth. The title is one here that means something different than it is in other places. If you are able to use and make things with the mystic metal, then you have the title of Smith. I believe there are 7 individuals within the city that have the official title, and others that have claim to it that have not proven their worth."
Is there no historical figure who is known as the Smith? One Smith above all others.
He sits back. He brushes his fingers through his beard and kind of gives a very sort of exaggerated show of thinking.
"There are some histories and some legends. A lot of things from very old times do not use names and use epithets, descriptions. The hero, the smith, the seer, this sort of thing. There are some that have used those titles. If there is any notable ones, I would need to know a little more information about exactly what you're looking for. What type of things was this smith known for, or what it did? What era of history are we looking for?"
This Smith is known to currently be in the underground finishing a task that has caused great disruption to this city.
His eyes light up at that and goes,
"You have information about the happenings of the underground. Very valuable, that is. I do not know anything about what is happening down there, but if you can give me information that this is a smith, I might be able to find something to give the Shazak myself."
So the Hamadryad comes back with several books, lays them out next to him. And then she switches and says in Elven, "What is it you need to find in these?"
"I need references for glyphs. Glyphs only, my dear."
And she nods, and you see her put her hand on each of the books and then set them side by side. And then when she takes her hand off of the book, you see a little bit of energy come from her fingertips, and the books open to a specific page, each one. And then he says,
"Thank you, my dear,"
and takes one of the books and very quickly looks over through things.
"I don't have information about this smith, but I have notations of powerful glyphs. Glyphs of warding and glyphs of prophecy mostly are concerned within the archives. There are some. I believe this one."
He turns the book towards you and shows you a image of a glyph on the page.
"This one is held in the primary vaults. It is quite powerful. I think."
He flips through and kind of like finds the notations of the glyphs in the other 2 books that he has.
"Each of these is a power in its own right. Each of these 3 is found in the primary vaults on,"
and he kind of slides them across the table,
"on the eye far above."
Do any of them look, do they match with any of the symbols that we have?
None of them match the symbols on the compass. And also, when he says the primary vaults, you're pretty certain he means vault number 1. One of the books actually has a little notation in vault 1.
Oh.
What of those in the second vault?
Yes. We know that our glyph is kept in the second vault.
"Second vault? That would be very unusual. The second vault is for items of no power, of only historical significance. Things that you might be hunting for are going to likely be things that have a strong signature, are they not? Things of great value to bring you out this far, all the way from Suba."
We believe that this glyph is of historical significance only, and yet it is of great significance to us.
He nods along.
"And what use of history is this glyph to you? If it has no power of its own, what are you planning to use it for? It might help me understand what you're looking for and see if I can find it without you taking a trip to the eye."
In my Eladrin village, there was a mysterious artifact that was passed from mother to daughter for many years. I seek to find evidences of glyphs that were inscribed upon this artifact throughout the cosmos.
You want to give me a bluff check for that
Yeah.
spinning of tails, please?
hmm
Capital M, capital D for mother daughter.
Ooh, so good.
So you say that, and he smiles and says, "My dear, I was a treasure hunter myself. You do not need to bullshit a bullshitter. If you do not wish me to know, I am not going to pry. I merely meant if finding the thing without taking a trip to the eye was something I could provide, having context is always important for his studies."
Yes, well, although I have not told you the whole truth, I see your keen and shrewd observation. I have not fully lied to you either. It is an artifact that is of great importance to me, but does not possess any magic inherently of itself.
In my professional opinion, I would say this is something likely to be better bartered for than other means, but I will not tell you exactly what to do. And the Jasek is a bit unpredictable as she is very stressed from current affairs. If this smith of yours is likely to complete their work soon, I wonder exactly what will happen with the city itself.
He kind of starts to put away the books. And you see the Hamadryad that is there. He's focused on you guys, and she's just sort of like spaced out, like not paying attention. She has her own little book that she's slowly flipping through. Like she's reading the equivalent of like a paperback while you guys are talking. She's just checked out of the conversation.
Rude.
She doesn't seem like necessarily she's being like actively rude as much as just like giving you that like the teenage shopkeeper that just does not care. Like she's in her own world doing her own thing, and you guys are just here to talk to the old man, and she's not paying attention.
Is my chicken here?
Not unless you summon it.
Oh. I thought that I like summoned it for the day and then it was just kind of always around. No?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I mean, I think you can, but I'd have to look at the. I normally assume that it is not there.
Yeah, it's an at-will standard, and it is just there. I
Yeah.
would always keep it out unless you feel like that is not good.
Would people look at it weirdly?
Yeah, especially here, the having a spirit companion would be pretty weird. So like it is going to have notice. Now, granted, it's not going to be like, you're spitting fire or anything. Like it's not going to be a huge problem, but it is going to be an oddity. So if you're trying to actively not be noticed as much, then it'd be unusual to have it out. But if it's not that big of a worry, then you can have it out. It's not going to be that big of a deal.
But these two are like Fey Primal Wilds affiliated, right?
The only satyr that you've known was kind of primal affiliated. And Kiki is pretty clearly the same race that she's a Hamadryad. She's the same race as Rinky, who has a certain sort of Fey feel to her, even though she wasn't from the Feywild.
Okay.
Since you have nature, are you trained in nature?
I think I am now that I am a.
I think when you multi-class, it gives you nature training, so you would be able to detect primal on her if you wanted to, or on him.
Do I? Yeah, like do I sense it?
Do you want to do the detect? Because like other people.
Yeah.
So, When you do it, you can see both of them have an aura around them. Hers is quite a bit stronger than his. So like he has some small connection to primal energy. She has a pretty strong connection to primal energy. And then when you open up your senses, like Masibo like notices that you're doing it, but doesn't really react at all. It's just sort of like, okay, whatever. But Kike, when she feels that detect go over her, she kind of rolls her eyes, holds her finger in her place in her book, and then she looks up, and you can see that sense of like someone's opening themselves to you. And then she opens up, and then she looks across the table and then just stares. Like her mouth opens, her eyes get like big as saucers, and she just like completely stunned.
Is she looking at Jock?
She's looking at the whole group, like one at a time, just like giant saucer eyes.
Can I telepathically ask her what she sees?
She kind of starts at that and then, makes a bad attempt to like, oh, nothing was going on. I didn't notice anything. Everything's fine. And then you can see like the vines and stuff around her neck start to like crawl up. You get this sensation of like color coming into her face. And she says, I see each of you are great people. I did not mean to pry. I just felt your eyes.
Is she like a reader? The way that...
Is that what you're going to ask?
Yeah, I would say, are you a reader?
She nods her head. I am. Masibo keeps me around because I can see certain things, but I've never seen anyone like you. Like any of you. And him? You see that she kind of glances at Drock real quick and then looks back at you. He is brightness. Not bright, but like brightness itself.
He is a summer night.
Oh God.
Normally, people look at Drock and tell him he smells bad, so this is high praise.
She kind of frowns at that and says, I don't know what that is, but you make it sound important.
It is lost to time, but you may hear about it again sooner than you may think.
Then she kind of like looks back up and you can see she's sort of gathering her courage. You've told Master you are looking for a glyph, but you're going into the cause. I can sense it on each of you. A purpose sending you deeper. You're going on adventure, aren't you?
I nod.
And do you have a reader?
We do not.
So she sort of shifts a little bit, says, Master will not let me go deeper into the cause, but I could help. I could be a reader for you, could look into things, could see things that others cannot. I don't want to stay here forever. If I will be useful, will you take me with you?
If we're being honest, we got a lot of people that aren't helpful, so like
Yeah, sorry.
The crew.
We kind of have a vibe going, and being useful isn't that.
You would certainly be a welcome addition, as we are traveling somewhere that we know is quite dangerous. You call Masibu your master. In what way is that?
He was a friend of my mother. They went on adventures in the cause, and things did not go well. He survived, and he brought a cutting of my mother that became me. He doesn't want to lose me in the cause, but he doesn't understand I cannot live here forever. While this kind of mental conversation is happening, Masibu is talking about like other glyphs, other things. He's pulling through books and kind of looking around, being like, oh, maybe it's not this, maybe it's this. He's sort of looking through his library for things that he doesn't know exactly what he's looking for.
Kiki, would you be able to find your way to our ship? Would you be able to leave this place, or will you need assistance in slipping your bonds?
It's not like that. He gives me a place to live and a job and monies. But if I can have a job reading for you, then if you'll tell me where your ship is, I will make it there.
We are the
There's
super sent. Yeah.
Since you're having a mental conversation, you can tell there's this sort of almost childish eagerness to her voice.
Mm-hmm.
Like mentally,
Ooh, we
probably
love getting children killed.
somewhere in like the 14, 15-year-old range.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, too old. Yeah, we can't kill her.
Too old to murder. I would give her all of the information about our ship and tell her she is welcome. However, you may find that the first time you step aboard, you will be drawn to meet one called Al Shaib. He is a jinn of great power, and you would do well to answer his questions honestly,
But make no bargains.
but make no bargains that you might
That is
later
something
regret.
Morin said.
Okay, yeah.
So she nods, and you can tell like she nods and then realizes that she's nodding like visible to other people, and then says,
Of course, no, I will pay respects to the guardian of your ship, and I will come to the ship and be your reader.
you can get this sort of like, again, that sort of starstruckness that she had, but also this anticipation. Like she's like, sweet adventure, let's go.
Gary, how much do we know of what a reader does?
Not a whole lot.
Okay.
I mean,
They're
she
sensitive to things.
stuck her hand on that book and she was able to do a Control F.
Pretty
That
much,
was
yeah.
helpful.
Is the glyph we're looking for, is it supposed to match something on our map, or is it supposed to be like the second part of a symbol for something on our map?
It's one of the glyphs on the wheel. It shows us how to like orient the wheel.
So could we just show her those glyphs and be like, are there any of these in the vaults or in these
Yeah,
books?
we probably could.
And would he know?
Would he notice?
No. Would he know based on what those glyphs look like if there's one in the vaults?
Mm.
When you're saying showing, are you showing it to Kike or are you showing it to Masibu? Or both?
Is there a reason not to show both? I guess is my question.
Probably not. I mean, like without context, it's just some weird thing.
Now the question is, would you show them what the symbols look like on the compass, or would you actually show them the compass? Because that the compass looks very distinctive if people can detect energies.
Oh, so maybe we just sketch out like the different components
Mm.
and because can you put us back on the compass layer, Gary?
Sure.
Because the way the wheel works, you've got the 7 outside components or 8 outside components, and then you have 7 inside components. So we don't even really know what the glyph looks like.
It's
Right,
some
okay.
combination of those 8 exterior, 7 interior components, which is
56 possible
Yeah, so
glyphs.
showing the symbol won't actually help because it's not a match.
But we could say like the top looks like one of these 8 things and the bottom looks like one of these 7 things. Like, it's a distinctive enough style. I mean, like, these don't look like, for example, like, Korean or Chinese characters, you know, like,
Mhm.
they have, like, a style.
So is that what you want to do? You want to sketch them out on like a piece of paper and then show her the piece of paper?
Yeah, say, like, it's
Is
some combination of one of these and one of these.
So you're gonna get
do
two
we do
reactions. Go ahead, sorry.
do we definitely not want to show them the compass? I guess.
Yeah, we do not want to show them the compass.
Okay.
Because it radiates magic. Is that what you were saying, Gary?
Yeah, like when you guys got the information from, like when the Sphinx showed you the map, it glowed with power. Like it was very obviously very magical. And then when you saw the spell signature from the two pieces of the compass, it was also very obviously magical, and you could see how it was connected to the other things. So like if you show them the map and the compass, you're showing them a powerful magical item. Like it's not that you shouldn't do that, but I'm just making it clear, especially since she's a reader, since she's sensitive, that it's going to be meaningfully different than showing her a drawing of those symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So you're showing her the drawing of the symbols?
Yes.
So two things happen. First is there is this sort of obvious discomfort as you're drawing as you write up the symbols and show her. And then when she takes it, you can tell she's like, you've just basically taken a bit of scratch paper and written down something really quickly, and she's handling it very delicately. And you can sort of get the sensation that like writing on paper is of things of incredible value here. Like you don't just take a note on a piece of paper. Like
Oh,
paper is
right.
extraordinarily valuable. And so since you just drew it out really quickly, there's this weird sort of like, oh, someone just pull out, a gold bar and etch the note that they wanted me to learn on it. Like there is this sort of this feeling of like, oh, this person is showing incredible wealth just sort of flippantly. So
Paper worth its weight in gold.
you show her the thing, and she looks, and she kind of like runs her fingers along. And then as she's doing this, you see Masibo kind of like notices that you guys are doing something and comes back over. And she says, I don't recognize any of these. And then Masibo, as he walks over, goes, well, there's a reason you don't recognize any of these. This is, he takes the piece of paper and flips it over so it's, not shown face up. Dangerous symbols to have. I would recommend against showing that to too many peoples. There are many dangers in this world and many dangers outside of this world. There are combinations of those symbols that could get you killed if shown to the wrong person.
Do you know where these symbols are from?
He shakes his head very slowly. I know a place that has those symbols. I've been there before. But it is a place of death. A place that no one would want to go to, deep within the cause.
Mm,
The grave of summer, perhaps?
yeah, probably. Do you know how to get there?
I do not know safe travels to get there. We went there through much pain and divinations, and found there only death.
Mm.
If this is what you seek, then I will not tell you your business, but finding safe passage there is only finding a safe way to a comfortable grave.
What did you encounter there?
So he sits down and he kind of like takes a deep breath and kind of looks around uncomfortably for a second.
I do not like to speak of this much, but if you are set on going there, you should know. There it was a place of great power a place that was full of death. Near a star, very close, there is a place much like this, but it is even older. A place that has rings, great teleportation rings. I do not know if any of them still function, but they have within them magic that is older than the gods, back before the time of the Forerunners. We believed it was a temple, but I think it was the remnants of some great weapon. The heat there, it was something alive, and it killed all it touched. Those that were slain by that heat did not rest. Instead, they rose and continued to consume all of those that could escape. The heat and pain of the stars, it burned all things, all my friends away.
We are very sorry for your suffering. We appreciate you sharing this knowledge with us. We believe that we may have a different fate if we reach this place.
He sort of shrugs.
You are ones with adventure in your eyes. I see you are seasoned each. I sense power from each of you. But I do not believe the power you have is greater than the death that lays there. Do what you must, but I will not help you find that place again.
So he sits back in his chair and crosses his arms.
Speaking of power, Kike, I felt you open your senses. You sense they have something on them, do you not?
You see Kike sort of like freeze for a second.
Yes, Master. There is more than one thing, but I sense they each carry with them something of import.
And then you get this sensation of something passing between them. Not quite like telepathy, but some sort of like intense personal bond between the two of them. And she takes a deep breath, and then she opens her eyes again and then closes them.
Yes, Master, I see it.
So he frowns and looks over to you and says,
I believe that place might have been able to be activated with rods of command. I can sense their presence. We tried to use them to find a safe passage through the cause. It was to no avail for us. If you intend to use such things to find safe passage, you must understand that people have tried before and failed before. There is no safe passage through the cause. Only divination can show you the path of least calamity.
We will take that under advisement. Thank you.
and then after a second, Kike says,
Master, they may know better than you. The rods aren't active anymore.
then Masibo goes,
Is that your plan? To find some way to get close to something and then activate your rods? We did a similar thing. Whether they are active when you will go in or whether they are activated somewhere within the cloud, it does not matter. But if you are set against it, I wish you luck.
That is not our plan, but we do have another, and we do appreciate your advice.
so the DM's going to take a step back. Does everyone know what he's talking about, what the two of them are talking about?
The
No.
the rods
Rods?
of power.
Oh.
I mean the rods, but like the rods from Tysoriel.
Hmm.
But using
I think
them
he's-
But-
as divination sources to try and get through rather than a map.
Hmm. Nobody has this map. He tried to. Yeah, they tried to use other divination.
Yeah, and he basically said, yours are turned off. If your plan is to turn them on deeper inside, it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah. Does that mean? I mean, I guess I could ask him, but was he insinuating that like they react badly with the dust?
I don't know.
Oh.
In truth, we're not entirely sure how these rods were turned off or how to turn them on. Would you be able to enlighten us?
And he kind of scoots forward in his chair and holds out his hand. If you'll give me one of one of your command rods, I can see what I can do.
I'll hand it over.
So you go to hand him the rod, and then you see like dozens of images of Masibu. Some of them grab the rod, some of them go to grab it and then flinch away from it at the last moment. You see him grab it and then run out of the building. You see it, grab the rod, hold it to his chest, and then start screaming. You see just dozens of images of him doing different things. About 3/4 of the time he grabs the rod, and the other quarter he doesn't and does something different. And then after a moment, they sort of coalesce and he grabs the rod. Ah, this is interesting. I've not seen one of this make before, but I can tell its connection was severed. Was it intentional? Are you holding the break? Or did you use the usual means of breaking a connection with a rod of command?
It was not intentional, and I am not holding the break.
He nods. Then those that first received them, those that first made the bond, have each perished.
Oh, is it? No, but when did he change to Zactherial? That was while the rods were still active, right?
Correct.
And did we get any prophecies or anything after that? After we know that happened, or is that when it ended?
So you've gotten,
got-
we got basically all of the prophecies after he turned to Zactherial.
So do we
And
think
has-
he died?
Or changed again?
But why would him changing sever them?
Because like if his nature changed and he's not the same thing anymore.
But his nature changed after you got the rods, right?
Yep. He gave them the rods as Tyserial, and then he
Tyserial.
became Zactherial.
Became Zactherial, but they were still active.
And then we got the prophecies when he was Zactherial. Even though what did Tyserial mean?
Angel of prophecy.
Yeah. So they were bones from Tyserial.
Hmm.
Okay.
They continued to give us visions after the angel of prophecy became the angel of slaughter.
Mhm. So what happened to Zactherial?
So he kind of continues to turn it over. I can see you were a secondary bond. Does one of you have the primary bond, or is it someone else?
I have a primary bond. I'll show him my rod too.
To be clear, you do not.
Really? But I was there.
You were there, but he did not hand you one of the rods. You got the
Oh.
rods from somebody else afterwards.
Is mine primary?
So yours and Filibuster are the primary rods.
So I would hand mine over.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah, so this is way, way long ago, but basically the rods were initially handed to one, and then one split them, like they split into several, and then one handed one to you and handed one to Chandra, and then Michael got his own when Baneslayer. So the only two people that were handed the rods by Tessuriel are One of Many and Filibuster.
Oh, okay.
And he said that the person who made the bond, all of the people who made the bond, have perished.
Yes. So he takes it, he turns it over in his hand and goes, "Ah, yes, I sense the disconnect. It can be reforged if you wish, but it may be, if it is not useful to you in the cause, and I can tell you it is unlikely to be so, it may be wiser to keep your mind your own." And he hands back the rod to one.
Oh, did someone else maybe break the connection? Just that sentence, keeping your mind your own, right? For some reason, I think we've heard something similar to that.
I mean, that's an ability that I have.
So he says that the connection is broken via death, and one
I
and
died.
Filibuster.
I died.
And
Lieutenant Billy
Filibuster?
died.
Correct. And since you guys have died, you have not gotten any more visions.
Oh.
Wait, hold up. When did you die?
I died
Filibuster died in Haven.
and I died when On piloted my body to death. To death.
On Sin the Second.
Right, so you died in Sin the Second, but Filibuster still had his connection.
Mhm.
And then Philly died.
When
in
did you
Haven
die,
very
Phil?
quickly,
In Haven.
I killed him.
trying to take off the
You-
curse.
Yep.
Right. We were in like the hotel room, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is the reason we're not getting visions anymore.
Yeah.
Masibo says that's the reason the rods are inactive.
Well, let's activate him again. We do want that.
Is it something you want to do right now?
But we
Yes.
We're gonna get hit with like you have
Scary.
5,000 unread emails.
I will say that as you sort of mentally start to open the connection, you can feel on the other side a pressure. Like there was something trying to push through, but you were disconnected.
Oh my
So
God.
you can feel that as soon as you make this connection, you're going to have another vision.
Mhm.
And it's reasonably certain that being in this shop is going to make it very weird.
Why? Why being in the shop? Because we're all gonna fall on the floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Excuse us one moment.
Like,
but wait,
Slash,
can
we
we
go back.
wait until the conversation is over and then
do we need this guy to do it, or is it like now that we know we can do it?
he can basically explain the process, which is what he's basically doing, and says, yeah, like if you want to reestablish a connection, this is how you do it. And then he explains it. You start doing the process, and you feel that pressure.
I
So
see.
you
So
now
yeah,
know
maybe-
what was wrong and can try to fix it.
Okay. So we should go to the ship maybe and do it,
Or back into those 0G pods.
or back into those 0G pods.
I will say that in character, you guys know that getting one of these visions is physically incapacitating. Like,
hmm
depending on the strength of the vision, it can just straight up knock you out.
Yeah. Does it feel like it's just one, or does it feel? Or, I mean, can we tell that?
You can tell that there's something on the other side, but you don't know how many it is. One or more.
Yeah. Okay. I think we need to know. I mean, what if it has to do with the Smith?
Or don't go where you're going.
Yeah.
What if it's a vision of what happens tomorrow?
I know,
And
that's
it's
what I'm
like
saying.
Tantarus breaks apart.
It probably is. I mean, we had one about Silver Spire, you know, like this is a big ordeal.
Fuck. Yeah. All right. Should we hoof it back to the ship?
Yeah, I think we should. We'll do that like, okay, thank you. This has been very helpful, but we have somewhere we need to go. We left the oven on suddenly, so we remembered that now.
Thank you for your help, Masibo.
Kiki, it was
Wink,
so lovely to
wink.
meet you.
Yeah.
Have a good life.
Maybe we'll meet again in the future. Wink, wink.
So is it head out now?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I'm so excited and terrified.
I know.
This vision we're gonna get.
These
We
17
finally
visions.
understand why we're not getting visions.
Yeah. And you just
You
asked about
dumbasses
it.
up and died.
You let us.
So is it?
Morin has competing thoughts about this because he was pretty opposed to getting unannounced visions from a divine being.
Hmm.
And now knowing that he's the reason why we haven't been getting any, he's like, that might have been a good thing.
So are you guys just heading back to the city?
I think so.
Head back to the ship?
Hmm.
So you kind of quickly wrap things up, say goodbyes to Mashibu. Kiki is going to send a sending asking if you guys are going to be in the city much longer or if she needs to sneak out tonight.
Yes.
I think so. Or we could send a sending before we go, right?
You can.
So we could tell her if she can get out tonight easily, but it'll be within the next 24 seals.
She doesn't quite understand the significance of 24 seals, but she says that she'll.
The next, definitely
20
half a band, less than a tenth of a band. It's awkward.
So, Masibu wishes you the best, says that he will continue to look for things, but again, his warning is to not pursue this further because he knows of a place where those symbols can be found and it is nothing but death.
Mm-hmm.
You guys make your way out of the city and head back along the path that you were along, making it past the Sundowns and sticking more towards the main thoroughfare, like the populated regions. As you guys are going through Sundowns, you can sort of tell that the city is waking up, right? Like the normal day-night cycle here is significantly different than what you're used to. And you're getting the impression that when you guys got here, it was kind of like showing up at like 3 a.m. Like it's the end of the night. And now you guys are leaving and the city seems to be sort of waking up around you, like the beginning of the day. You walk out of Sundowns just as people are starting to kind of come out and do things, make your way through into the Crucible. And you can see there's this big sort of outdoor market that is opening up. And one of the things that you guys noticed on the way in that didn't trigger as being important because it doesn't have the same meaning to your characters prior to going to Sundowns. But you see, as you guys are walking along the thoroughfare in the Crucible, outside of one of the shops, there is this big banner that is sort of hammered into the metal of the shop in a dozen different languages that says the same thing in a bunch of different languages and says certified smith on the shop. And you can see there's this little yard outside of the shop where like everything is being set up. Like there's a bunch of things that were there overnight. Basically, they didn't take the anvil inside; they left it outside. But there's some like display stuff that's being hung up, and there's some stuff that's happening. And as you guys sort of walk by and see this thing, you can hear coming from the yard. There's some discussion back and forth as you're walking along, and suddenly this sort of strange voice can be heard speaking over there. Listen, I don't know how long we'll have. Just get what you need. It doesn't need to be perfect.
But, sir, I want it to look exactly like hers. Aparaphos, I do not care what it looks like. It doesn't need to be just like hers. We are going to be leaving soon. But, sir, as you walk past, you see a bladeling who's standing there arguing with two Minotaur in heavy armor. One is a female, one's a male. And there is a sensation that you feel you should get a connection of something from a vision, people you recognize. But there's nothing there. When you pass them, instead, what passes between your group and theirs is a bottomless, deep, cold, a void, a feeling of where some connection should be, but instead there is only darkness. You walk past the shop.
But wait, when we get that feeling, can we talk to them?
Do you want to stop and talk to them?
Yeah.
I think it would be really weird to just stop and be like, "Hey, I saw a vision of you dying and these star shadows and shit."
Well, but I think the thing is we haven't gotten the vision, but we should have. But if
Yeah.
we're feeling that, they're probably feeling
Wait, no,
the same.
we did get that vision. We did get
You
that
have gotten
vision.
that vision, and you've gotten the feeling of cold that vision has passed.
Wait, sorry. That they're Aparaphos, that's the one shot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Last New Year's Eve.
And so we get the feeling of cold like it's past.
Yeah. So when you got the vision initially, and then a
Uh-huh.
little bit of time passed, and then the chill came on Reaper's
Yeah.
Night,
Mhm.
where you knew the vision was ahead of you, and then on
Mhm.
Reaper's Night, the rods went cold to let you know the vision happened, that it occurred.
Okay. And so then the feeling that we're having right now is what
Nothing.
feeling?
It's like a feeling of loss. Like normally you get the sensation of connection. Like this is an old friend, an acquaintance, someone you
Oh,
haven't seen in a long time.
fuck. Yeah, we walk past. These are the star shadows.
Oh, these are the star shadows.
These are the fucking star shadows.
Right. Because Aparaphos was one of the characters, right?
Yeah, these are the ones who got killed by the star shadows in the vision, the past that we didn't
And
do
they're
anything to help with.
wearing
Skin.
their outfits. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Outfits. It's a very nice way of saying that.
Well,
Who are you wearing tonight? I'm wearing Aparaphos.
yeah. I thought I might wear the Joneses.
So was there,
Thinking I might.
because that's all so long ago, Gary, but was there a way to save those guys? Or was that just they were going to die no matter what?
If we had gotten there in time, but they were out in outer space in a weird crystal temple.
So you have
So they didn't notice us?
no, they didn't notice. You guys walk past. They're arguing, and it's these three that you see
Oh,
that are on the map now.
yeah.
So Stent is the bladeling. He's arguing with Saparaphos and Aparaphos.
Hmm.
It's only 3 of them. We could take them, right?
You don't know if the others are in there, but those are the three that you can see in here.
But wait, they're arguing. They're at a smith's shop, and they're
Yep.
trying to commission something.
Seems to be, yeah.
They're probably
Oh.
trying to commission their outfit to look more realistic.
That is probably not what is happening. They're probably. Oh.
So you guys keep walking past and make it back to the ship. And then the end of session will kind of end there. And then between this session and next, I will give you guys the 2 visions you get when you return to the ship.
2 visions.
Mm-hmm.
Is one of them going to be that we should have fucking killed these guys while they were at the smith's shop?
I can tell you ahead, no, neither one of the visions is that.
Okay, great. Okay.
Terrifying.
Yep.
Cool. Well, that is the end of session.
Awesome.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Taryn just got back from a trip to IKEA, so I need to go carry some boxes inside. But thank you for session, and
Yeah.
I'll see you guys next time.
Super
Yeah.
I
fun.
actually just was putting together some chairs from IKEA as we were going through sessions. So
You know my future. You are my future.
yeah.
With the vision.
You just got your vision.
Yeah.
Putting together
Okay.
chairs.
Bye, guys.
Take care.
Bye.
everyone.
Bye. Bye, guys.
Oh god. I need to know